proceeded to his house. Where?
Esengena endlini yakhe ngathi ukuhlala emotweni ngoba kwakuse-early isikhathi esiphume ngaso kwaku-early.
As he had entered into his house, I then waited in the car for a short while, hence we had arrived earlier.
There was a request, Mr. Mani, to lift up your voice.
Lesike kwaba khona isicelo ke lambo sokuthi ke uphakamise iphimbo ngokhuluma. I understand.
I understand you might be a soft-speaking person in nature that you have to try.
Uyaqonda ke nokho ukuthi mhlawumbe ngenzeka ukuthi ngokomdalo nje umuntu okhulumela phansi kodwa ke awukuzame manje ukuthi uphakamise izwi. I understand.
Now, clarify this. Where was the kitchen in relation to where you were sleeping?
Awucacisela ikhishi lalikuphi uma ngabe ke uqhathanisa ke nala ayekade lala khona yena.
Kwakuyizinto ezothuna enye ingasenhla enye ingezasi kodwa izinto ezisondelene esegcineni elilodwa.
There were two structures in the same premises, close to each other. One is below the other one. Sihlale.
Ngathi mangisahlele emotweni ngibona ikhathi ukuthi ziyahamba kwaukuthi ngiyaphuma khona umuntu engisawumqalaza kwesistrata esingakhona ngakasindiso.
I then got out of the vehicle as my intention was to look for someone who lives. If the court may bear with me, my lady, tell
Kwesistrata esingemuva kwakhona kasindiso.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. As this person was staying on the street behind Sindiso's premises.
Perhaps, what time was it now when you were getting out of the vehicle and going to this person?
Mhlambe ke mawungasho kona nokuthi kwase kuyikhathi izini ngesikhathi uphuma emotweni uyobheka lowo muntu.
Ngakwakuyoshaya o6.
I would say it was approaching 6. Ungaqhubeka.
Yeah, ngathi mangibonana nalomuntu kusona lestrata esasiyohlangana naso. Ngabona abantu ababebathathu behambisana ngakusona leso strata leso.
As I met up with this person on that street, I then saw 3 people who were walking together on that street.
This person that you went to meet, did you have any relationship with that person?
Bukhona nobudlelwano obabukhona phakathi kwakho nalowo muntu oyohlangana naye.
Yebo bukhona.
Yes. There is.
What was the relationship?
Ubudlelwano nobabukhona phakathi kwakho naye.
Umuntu intombi yakhe.
That was my girlfriend. Sikulale.
There were 3 persons?
Wabona abantu abathathu.
ya ngabona abantu ababewu-3 kule strategy engangingakusona beya ngasesayidini behamba umgwaqo owawuzoqhamukela ngakhona ngakosindiso ngaseholweni ihholo ngisesayidini langakasindiso.
I saw 3 people walking on the street, leading towards the direction of the hall and the direction of Sindiso's place.
Did you know these 3 persons?
Labo bantu ke abathathu ngabe wabazi?
Hayi ngangingabazi.
No, I did not know them.
Were you able to see their faces?
Wakwazi ukubona ubuso babo labo bantu?
Hayi angikwazanga babengekho eduze babe phambili kunami
No,
ekade ngibabona.
I was unable to see their faces as they were ahead of me and they were not close to me when I saw them.
So in essence, you were coming from behind when you saw them.
Ngamafuphi wena wawungemva kwabo uqhamuka ngemuva ngesikhathi ubabona.
Ya babe phambili bona ngoba mina ngaqhamuka ngasenhle bona bemama phambili nje.
Yes, they were ahead of me as I came from the upper area or upper direction, as they were already ahead of me.
Are you able to measure the distance between yourself and them when you saw them? You can measure by anything.
Ungakwazi ukulinganisa ke ibanga enani liqhelelene ngesikhathi uqala ukubabona. Ungasebenzisa ke noma yini ebonakalayo la. Mhlambe ukuthi ungangokusuka la umkhona uya lapho ke indawo ongayikhona.
Ngicabanga lincane leli la endleleni ukuthi ngingakwazi ukuqala ngalo kwakuyibanga elide phela umgwaqo othi uma uqhamuka ekuqaleni ukwazi ukubona le phambili uyibanga engeke ngikwazi ukuqala njengoba ngile ngaphakathi.
The distance on which they were away from me, I cannot be able to estimate it. That distance with using the courtroom, my lady, as it is quite longer than the size of this court. Mhlawumbe ungaphumelela ngaphandle into kanjalo. Okay, linda kancane.
Yes, and what did you do?
Yebo, wenze njani ke?
Mina ngabe sengisuka nalomuntu engangiyakuyena sengibuyela ngale ndlela engiqhamuke ngayo ngaphinde ngabuyela khona emotweni ngoba kwakuse-early.
Bambe lapho ke. Well, we then parted. Then myself and the person I met, we then parted. I then returned to the vehicle using the very same route which I had used when I came to meet this person.
Yes, proceed.
Sisakulalela.
Ngathi uma ngifika lento ngafike ngabuyela emotweni ngaphinde ngahlala khona.
I then got into the vehicle upon my arrival on the premises and sat in the vehicle.
ngathi ngisahleli emotweni kwaqhamuka imoto eyayibomvu inyuka.
Whilst I was seated in the vehicle, a red car appeared driving up the road.
Do you know what kind of a car was that?
Ngabe uyalazi uhlobo lwalowo moto ukuthi yiluphi uhlobo?
Yenzela
Yes,
Can I ask?
sitshele.
kwakuyi-BM.
It was a BM.
Let's proceed.
Qhubeka.
Futhi yathi mayiqeda kudliwa le moto ikhuphuka. Baqhamuka nabantu ababe bathatheka ngibabona kade ngise nalo muntu ngale beqhamuka ngezansi lapha ekhoneni lomuzi kaSindiso.
After this vehicle had passed, as it was driving up the road, then these three people whom I had seen whilst I was going to meet my girlfriend appeared down from the corner. Appeared down from the corner in the vicinity of the deceased premises. Sisakulalela.
Ababe beqhamuka labantu benywa ngomgwaqo. Yaphinde yehla futhi le moto le ekwakuyona enyukile i-BM.
Well, as they appeared walking up the road, this vehicle which I had seen driving up the road appeared again. This time around it was driving down the road.
You seem to have taken note of this red BMW. Is there any reason for that?
Ubonakala ke umuntu owayiqaphela impela le moto eBMW ebomvu. Ngabe sikhona mhlawumbe izathu sadala lo ukuthi uyiqaphele?
Osuke ngayibona ngalo noma ingekho into engayiqaphela bathi into eyenza ngiyiqaphele kwaba ingakusasa, but ngalolo suku ngayibona nje izimoto ehamba ngoba kwakuwumgwaqo osebenza nabantu abahamba nezimoto vele lo.
Well, there was nothing in particular which caused me to take note of this red BMW on this day. And to me, it appeared as the vehicle which was using the road, like in other vehicles, as there were other people who were using the road as well. But what caused me to take note of it was correction there, my lady. I just noticed this BM on the following day. In particular, it was on the following day when I noticed it.
Now, according to the evidence, you have stayed there at Sindiso for about 2 months and 2 weeks. 12 July 2017.
ngokobufakazi bakho wena wasuhlalela phaya emzimkhulu isikhathi esingangezinyanga ezimbili namasonto amabili kuya lapha kumhla ka-12 July 2017.
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes.
Was there any stage that you ever saw that BMW in the area before that day?
Sikhona isikhathi ke owake wabona khona ngaso le BMW lungakashayi ke lolu suku okade ke ulibone ngayo.
Hayi ngangiqala ukuyibona ngomhla ka-12.
No. I saw it for the first time on the 12th.
My lady, I can see now is 11.
Iyala ke inkantolo ukuthi ke ungalidingidi namuntu njengoba ke usesebhokisini lokufakaza lizobukwa nje isikhathi.
Gotcha. Just type on that number.
So keep on facing this side as well.
These speaking software doesn't matter because it's being interpreted. It's really difficult to get these you are like the council that you can understand as even interpreting, just as
We'll just find out from Mobile when you're next crossing. So basically,
how they
iyakuyala-ke inkantolo umbungu ukuthi-ke usabophezelekile kuthini ukhuluma iqiniso lonke neqiniso lonke bekusifungo-ke osibophezele kuso kezwakala. Understand, man?
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Ngubane, just before we proceed to any further, let me try to sweep the floor clean first. I went through your evidence during the tea break. You indicated that you saw those three persons in the vicinity of Magaqa's place. You have to clarify how far from the homestead, because to say in the vicinity can mean anything.
Ucela ukuthi-ke ucaciseke la ngesikhathi-ke lisabeke ikhefu uke wathi ubuyekeza ubufakazi bakho uthi-ke umshishizwe la uthi-ke ngokobufakazi bakho waphinde-ke wazibona-ke lezi iy'nsizwa-ke ezintathu zingakwamagaqa. Mhlambe-ke ucacise lapho ukuthi mhlambe babeqhele ibanga elingakanani uma usuka la emzini kamagaqa uyakubona.
Babenywa ngomgwaqo lo okuwona oseduze nombuzo wakhona amagaqa.
They were walking up the road which is near Magaqa's house.
Do you know their race and their gender?
Ubulili babo kanjalo-ke nokuhlanga babo ngabe uyabazi?
Kwabantu besilisa okwabantu abamnyama.
They were black male persons.
How many houses are in the premises of Mr. Magaqa's place?
Zingake zakhiwo ezilaphaya egcekeni noma ezazisegcekeni lakamagaqa.
Izinto eziwu-2 amabhekha asawu-2.
There were 2 houses.
What kind of houses?
Izinhloboni lezo zinto.
Izindlu izakhiwo zazo ezo-4-room.
4-roomed houses.
Did I get your evidence earlier on as to say that the kitchen was on the other structure and he was sleeping on the other structure?
Ukuzwe kahle yini ebufakazini bakho kwelo ukuthi ikhishi likwenye indlu yena welala kwenye indlu?
Yebo kunjalo.
Yes, it is so.
Was the motor vehicle that you were using parked in a garage or where?
Le moto ke enanihamba ngayo niyisebenzisa ngabe yayipakwe egaraji yini?
Yayipakwe ngaphandle.
No, it was parked outside.
Outside the premises?
Yayipakwe ngaphandle kepha egcekeni.
Yayipakwe ngaphandle kodwa egcekeni.
Yes, it was parked outside but in the premises.
Now let's go back to the red BMW that you earlier mentioned. Were you able to see its registration number?
Ake sibuyeleke kule moto ebomvu iBMW ngabe wakwazi yini ukubona ke izinombolo zayo? Wakwazi yini ukubona inombolo zayo zeplate? Awuyibambe lapho ke?
Has very, very little value now if you ask him direct questions.
I don't understand the objection. If my learned colleague can clarify the base of the objection.
Well, then a friend understands what the leading question is, then you would understand that if you ask the witness, did you see the registration number of this vehicle? When the witness himself has not previously said anything about how he identifies the vehicle, then it becomes a leading question. You are asking the witness directly on a specific point. If he said to him, was there any identification issues on this motor vehicle which might have indicated where it came from, that would be an alright question. Because then if it said, yes, I saw the registration, this vehicle was registered in this town. But a direct question like this, it's too late. The witness has already been asked it and it's probably going to answer. But for future reference, I would ask him not to ask the question.
My lady, that is incorrect. My question to the witness was that the BMW that you have mentioned earlier on, were you able to see its registration number? That was the question. This one. I do my late, however, it was not. Thank you.
Ungaphendula lo mnumzane. Ungawuphendula ke lo mbuzo othi ke ngabe wakwazi yini ukubona ke izinombolo zale moto iBMW ebomvu izinombolo zeplate?
Engakubona kwi-BMW ebomvu ngabona u-MD kuphela iy'namba zayo ngizibonanga ukuthi zayithini.
What I saw in this red BMW Maleti, the ND only, I was unable to see the rest of the numbers.
While it was moving up and down the street, how fast was it moving?
Ngesikhathi ke yesha yenyuka lemgaqweni kuyayihamba ngesivinini kangakanani?
Egijima kodwa yona yayingagijimi kakhulu kodwa yayigijima.
Well, it was driving fast but not too fast.
You earlier indicated the time at that stage when you first went to see your girlfriend. It was around 6. Then now, what is the time when you saw this motorbike in estimation?
Ube washo ke la ebufakazini bakho ukuthi ngesikhathi uyobona ke intombi yakho ikhathi zazila ko6. Mhlawumbe ke manje na ke mawusubona ke le moto ebomvu iBM zaseyithini ikhathi mawungahlawumbisela.
Uma ngingahlawumbisela ngoba ngihlalanga kakhulu ngicabanga ko past 6 kuyoshaya 7 ngoba angizange ngibe nesikhathi esiningi ngihleli naye.
Roughly it was round about 6:30 to 6:30 to 7 in rough estimation, as I did not spend much time with my girlfriend.
How was the visibility outside where you saw this red BMW?
Ngesikhathi ke uyibona ke le moto ebomvu iBMW kwakubukeka kanjani phandle kwakunjani?
Noma kwakumnyama kodwa ngenxa ukuthi egcekeni khona kasindiswa kunamalayithi useduze nomgwaqo usukhanya uyakwazi ukubona emgaqweni.
Though it was dark, however, due to the fact that in Sindiso's premises there were lights and the house or the structure, in fact the property is close to the road, it was visible as it was near the road.
just for completeness, was there any stage where this red BMW passed those three gentlemen?
Sikhona nesikhathi la le moto ebomvu iBMW le eyadlula khona ngaso idlula lezi insizwe ezintathu.
Ya ila yayisibuya khona ngasenhla ngoba yabadlula lapha ekhoneni bona bengasenza asikho ukuthi bayanyuka.
Yes, it was at the time when it was driving down the road, when they were around the corner on the road as they were walking up.
Around the corner of what?
Bese bengasekhoneni lani ikhona lani.
Njengoba umgwaqo uqhamuka ngezansi babenyuka bona ngeenyawo yona isiyehla. Umgwaqo uma uqhamuka kaSindiswa usuke uqhamuka ezasekhoneni ukhuphuka. Bona babeqhamuka ekhoneni benyuka bona.
They were coming down from the bottom of the road at the corner on the road as they were going up, and this BM was driving down.
Yes, I understood that, Mr. Mbana. What I want to know, the corner of what?
Uyakuzwa lokho afuna ukuthola ke ukuthi yikhona lani leni.
Umgwaqo ijika lomgwaqo.
The road curves, it's the curve.
I say it's the corner of the road.
Yikhona lomgwaqo lela kusho njalo.
Ya ijika athi mawusuka ngaseholweni kaSindiswa umgwaqo uyajika uyikhona. Bese unyuka straight ke emva kwalokho.
Yes, it's from Sindiso's premises. At the bottom, the road curves as from that area, then it goes up.
How far is that corner to the premises of Sindiso?
Lelo khona ke liyibanga ke usuke khona lapho kuyibanga engakanani uma uya emzini kaSindiswa.
Kuyibanga elingekho kude kakhulu kodwa kuyibanga. Mawusegcekeni uyakwazi ukubona ekhoneni lapha enzansi.
It is not too far as we are on the premises are able to see the corner of the road.
Yes, proceed.
No,
Now we
there.
saw this what happened after?
Nakho kuyibona le moto ke ebomvu iBMW le kwabe sekwenzekani.
Ngisho ukuthi ngaqhubeka ngahlala emotweni baze badlula laba u3 kade benyuka.
I continued sitting in the vehicle until these three gentlemen passed.
Yes, proceed.
Sisakulalela.
Ngaqhubeka ngahlala emotweni ngicangaze ngasuka khona egcekeni kaSindiswa ngabo 8:30 sengiya endlini yami la ngihlala khona.
I remained seated in the vehicle until I left Sindiso's premises at about 8:30 when I proceeded to my room where I was residing.
Yes, proceed.
Back.
Ngabe sengihambanga ngiye endlini sekuthi sengizolindela usuku langakusasa ukuthi sengizophuma ngakusasa mhla ka-13.
I then proceeded to my room to wait for the following day, being the 13th, to resume my duties.
Yes, proceed.
Back.
Ngakusasa savuka ngesikhathi esijwayelekile.
On the following day, we woke up at the normal time.
What is the matter?
Isiphi isikhathi esijwayelekile?
Kwakuba u-8 ekwakufanele ngibe sengifikile ngawo emotweni.
I was supposed to be in the vehicle at about 8. Sikulalela.
Ngisho savuka ngalolo suku saya eXhopo.
We woke up on that day and proceeded to Ixhopo.
Okwathi ngekhathi zasemini saya endaweni uma uya ngaseKokstad.
Then during midday, we proceeded to an area towards Kokstad direction.
La sasiyakhona kwakunomhlangano awayekona ngaleso sikhathi.
Well, there was a meeting which he had to attend in that area on that time.
At which area you mentioned the two areas, Ixhopo and Kokstad.
Iyiphi-ke leyo ndawo njengoba-ke ukhulume ngendawo ezimbili wena, Ixhopo neKokstad?
Eyokuqala savuka ekuseni ngabo 8:30 saya eXhopo. Kwathi emini sabuya sesiya ngaseKokstad la eyoba khona le meeting.
Well, we woke up in the morning and at about 8:30 we then proceeded to the first place or to the first area, which is at Ixhopo. Then during midday we proceeded to an area towards Kokstad.
Before this court, it is not in dispute that on that particular day, the deceased in this matter attended a meeting at Nambe. You know that place?
At
Nambe.
Nambeka.
Nambe.
Nambela. Nambele. Thank you.
Ikhona la ngithi
Kancane ba. Aliphikiwe-ke la kule nkantolo elokuthi umufi ngalelo suku kunendawo-ke aya kuyona ekuthiwa-ke iseNcambele.
biyona lesasiya kuyona ngekhathi zasemini. Ngangalazi igama la ngaleso sikhathi. Kodwa mawuya khona usuke uya ngakhona eKokstad. Iyona le ngisho sasiya kuyona leso sikhathi.
That is exactly an area which I am talking about. That it was the area to which we proceeded during midday. It's just that I did not know the name of the area at that time. However, that was Nambele area.
Yes, proceed.
Sikulalele.
Futhi lapho wafika wahlala bangena emithingini. Bahlala okwathi ke ikhathi zabo ngitwakuya ko5 ephuma meeting bose sibuyela emzimkhulu eIPS.
Then, as they attended the meeting there, the meeting was then convened at about 5. Then the meeting was then over. We then returned to Mzimkhulu area.
Around 5 in the morning or around 5 in the afternoon.
Ngala ko-5 wasekuseni noma u-5 wantambama okwaphela ngomhlangano.
Kwaku5 wantambama.
It was about 5 in the afternoon.
Proceed.
Yep.
Sasuka lapho ke eNcambele ukuthi siya e-IBS sesihamba.
We then left Ngambele area, proceeding to IBs. Yeah, Senhamba.
Sesihamba noMsomi nonsikeleli wayekhansela lakhona lapha kule ndawo angihlala kuyona. Sesibanike ulift besuka emeetingini lapho.
We left Ngambele, proceeding to IBs in the company of Msomi and Nonsigelelo, who was the councillor in the area in which I was staying, as we gave them a lift. Sakulale.
Sahamba nabo ukuthi silandelwa imoto ehamba oJabu.
Ojabu.
Yeah.
Well, we traveled with these persons and we were being followed by the vehicle, which was traveled by Jabu and others, in which Jabu and others were traveling. Yep. Sakulalela.
Osathi masifika emgwaqeni ungenela kwaso khona kaSindiso oyi-bus stop. Kwafike ngoba wena wayidrayiva ngaleso sikhathi wafika wapaka.
When we arrived, at the bus stop where there is a road leading to, if the court may bear with me, my lady, emgwaqeni ongenela kamani, uthe umgwaqo ongenela kaba
Indawo
la
ye-bus
kune-stop ikhona.
bus stop esasingena kuyona umgwaqo osuke uhamba ngawo uma uya kaSindiso.
Thank you, my lady. We then reached a place where there is a bus stop and where there is a road leading to Sindiso's area or to Sindiso's place, my lady.
There's a witness.
Yes.
There's a witness who testified before this court by the name of Jabulile Musi.
Unofakazi ke osefakazile kule nkantolo ogama lakhe lingujabulile Msiya.
Do you know that person?
Yamazi lo muntu?
Yebo ngiyamazi.
Yes, I know that person.
How do you call him?
Umbiza kanjani?
Ngimbiza ngalesa sikhathi wayeyikhansela but manje umameya.
By then, she was a councillor, but now she is the mayor.
Is it the person that you are referring to or another person?
Ngabe uye yini wena lo muntu okhuluma ngaye noma ukhuluma ngomunye umuntu?
Ukhuluma ngaye lo kade ufakazi.
I am referring to the very same person who has testified.
It is further not disputed before this court that on that particular day, Jabulile Msiya was driving a VW Polo.
Aliphikiwe futhi ke kule nkantolo elokuthi ngalo lelo suku uJabulile Msiya lo wayekade eshayela imoto yohlobo lwe-VW iPolo.
Beyona ehamba ngayo ngosuku kade sakusuka emeetingini.
Yes, she had been driving that vehicle on the day on which we left the meeting?
Yes, proceed. Now you are at the bus stop.
Usungaqhubeka
sathi masifika
silaphaya esitobhini sebhasi ke manje.
sathi masifika esitobhini la safike sama khona safica iBM ebovu uSindiso afike wapaka eduze kwayo.
Upon our arrival at the stop, we found a red BM parked and Sindiso parked next to it.
Perhaps now an estimation of time. What time is it when you arrived at the place?
Mhlawumbe ke mawasidalula ke nesikhathi ukuthi ngesikhathi nifika ke lapho kuleso stop kwakuyizikhathi zini.
Angeke ngibe sure ngesikhathi kodwa babe ngakashayi o 6:30.
I may not be sure of the time, however, it was before 6:30.
Yeah. Was 6 in the morning or in the afternoon?
6:30 wanini lo? Wasebusuku, wasihlwa noma wasekuseni?
Wantambama.
6:30 in the afternoon.
In that particular bus stop where you stopped, are there any other activities that are being conducted there?
Kuleso stop sebhasi ke lana afika nama khona ngabe zikhona izinto ezenziwa kuleyo ndawo kuleso stop?
Yebo zikhona.
Yes, there are.
What are those?
Izinto zilezo.
Into yayikhona lapha kwakuyi-car wash.
There was a car wash.
Anything else?
Khona we
Noma ngeke ngisasho kwakhona kodwa into ekwakuyona eyayibhizi kakhulu iyona i-car wash lapho into eyayibhizi.
well, though I cannot tell whether there was anything else other than the car wash, but there was a car wash as it was quite busy. This was quite a busy car wash.
Yes, proceed.
Kubeka.
Sathi masifika lapha ePaka wameduze kwayo le BM kwaqondana indlela eyayingayo wameduze kwayo waseyabuza ukuthi obani laba le BM sisesemotweni.
As we arrived there, he then stopped and parked next to this BM. He then asked, whilst we were still in the BM, as to who were the occupants of the BM.
Now, just before we proceed on this part, as the BMW was already parked there, when the deceased was parking this motorbike, was he facing the same direction of the BMW or the opposite direction of the BMW?
Ngesikhathi ke noma sisekulelo ke ngesikhathi ke imoto le umufi eyipaka ngabe njoba neBM yayimile ngabe wayipaka iyama yabheka ngala iBM yayibheke ngakhona noma zaphambana enye yabheka le enye yabheka ukuhlanganisana ngala.
Sayibheke sayidibeni lodwa.
They were both facing the same direction.
Yes, proceed.
Sisakulalela.
Kwathi mebuza ukuthi le moto yakho ngisesemotweni ungakehle ngathi le moto ngeke ngayibona idlula ngasihlala ngakhona izolo ntambama.
When the deceased asked as to where was the reference to the BM, where was this vehicle from, I then responded by saying that I had seen this vehicle. Hold me, bear with me, my lady. Waphendula wathi wena uke wayibona ngicela ungiphindele lapho.
Ngathi ngike ngayibona izolo ihlula lapha ngasekhaya le BM.
Thank you, my lady. I responded by saying that I had seen this BMW on the previous day driving past by the deceased premises. Yeah.
Wasethi hayi mawukuthi inkabi azengidubule. Emva kwaloko kwabese.
He then said that if they are hitmen, they should shoot me. Yeah.
Emva kwaloko ngabese ngehlala emotweni ngama emva kwemoto yakho Sindiswa.
After that, I then alighted from the vehicle and stood behind Sindiso's vehicle.
Emva kwaloko kwabese kufika igolf le ehamba ipolo le ehamba ulento uJabu. Yapaka
A polo that was being driven by Jabu arrived. Yapaka.
Yapaka phambi kwekaSindiso ngoba kwagcwele lapha indawo zokupaka zingekho.
And parked in front of Sindiso's vehicle as there was no place to park, as it was quite full there.
Just before you proceed on that point, why did you alight from the motor?
Ungakaqhubeki nje sisekulelo phuzu wena wawehlelana emotweni.
Uma ugadile la ufika khona nipaka ukuthi anisezomuva khona. Uma ugadile ukuphuma emotweni ushiye umuntu osomgadile emotweni yedwa ngaleso sikhathi.
Ngicela ungiphindele la angizwanga kahle la. Uma ngabe ugadile
uma uwumqaphi uma nifika la niya khona nomuntu osomgadile uma ukuthi kukhona ukuthi usazoma lapho umuntu osuyegadile uyaphuma emotweni ame ngaphandle.
Well, when you are a bodyguard, when you arrive at a certain area, if it appears that the person that you are guarding is going to spend some time in that area, you simply alight as a bodyguard. You alight from the vehicle, leaving the person that you are guarding inside.
Yes, we understand that, Mr. Mbani. What I want to know, what is the reason for that?
Uyakuzwa ke lokho kodwa lokho kusuke kwenzelwani
ukuthi ngesikhathi manimile lapho uthatha umuntu osomgade khona amlindile kufuna akhulume naye bobabili or usuke safuna ukufona ngaleso sikhathi meza konke lokho wena akufanele uzwe lokho noma kufanele wazi ukuthi unobani okhuluma nomuntu.
You will find that the person that you are guarding is waiting for someone or wants to make a phone call. As a bodyguard, you are not supposed to be in that presence or to be with him whenever he is making a phone call, so that you do not hear a conversation, or whenever the person that you are guarding is with someone, so that you do not hear their conversation as well.
So, but what I want to know from you, on that particular day, what was your reason of alighting from the motor?
Afuna ukwazi-ke kuwe mnumzane uNgubane ukuthi ngalelo suku wena waphume uzophume kungasikho isizathu wawukhishwa yini emotweni wawuphumelani?
Angiphuma ngoba la sasikhona kwakubhizi futhi kunale moto le okwakungathi ayaziwa kakhulukazi abantu bakhona lapha endlela.
The reason why I alighted is because we were in a busy area and there was this unknown vehicle with the unknown occupants as well.
Yes, proceed.
Ngaqhubeka.
Bathi sekufike sekufika oJabu aphelanga isikhathi eside befikile oJabu yasilento iyasuka le moto uJabu njengayifake ngaphambili.
Well, as I alighted, then Jabu and others arrived. Not long after they had arrived, not long after Jabu and others had arrived, then this vehicle moved. Yasuka le moto. Qhubeka lapho.
Perhaps after how long when Jabu and others have arrived?
Ungathi ke mhlawumbe ke le moto iyasuka emva kwesikhathi singakanani uJabu nalabo ayihamba nabo befikile.
Ayasiphelanga isikhathi esingango 5 minutes.
Not more than 5 minutes.
Do you know the occupants that were with the Jabu in the motorbike?
Uyabazi yini ke labantu ababehamba noJabu emotweni yakhe?
Angibazi ukubabona.
I knew them by sight.
Yes, proceed.
Sikulalele.
Yathi mayise isisubile kwawukuthi uJabu upaka la kade imikhona.
As this motor vehicle drove off or drove away, then Jabu parked where it had been parked.
Just before you proceed on that point, after the deceased now have asked you, who are these people with this, in fact, what are these people in this motorbike? You indicated that you saw this is similar to the motorbike that you saw yesterday. What was the reason for that?
Emveni kokuba ke umufi esebuzile ukuthi yaphi le moto obani bona laba wena uphendule noma waphendula ngokusho kwakho waphendula ngokuthi hayi le moto bengeke ngayibona imoto enje ngayizolo wawushiswa yini lokho
What made you say that?
yini eyenza ukuthi usho lokho wawushiswa yini lokho
Indlela yayiyona isakhiwo sasiyona nokhala nalo ND engangibone ngayizona ngabo ukuthi yona le butata ngibone ngayizona.
It's because of its appearance, its make, the color, and the ND. That's what made me to say that.
Now, the red BMW has left the Jabu and parked where the BMW had parked. Proceed.
Yahamba ke le moto ebu VPM uJabu wayesepaka la ebekade ibhake khona awuqhubeke lapho
Abese lento sebengena emotweni kaSindiswa uJabu kwawukuthi uSindiswa uyangibiza ukuthi ucela ngimyele esitolo.
Then Jabu got into Sindiso's vehicle and further asked me to go to the shop on her behalf. Ubani ucebise esitolo?
uSendiso wakhe ukuthi ngiye lesitolo.
In fact, not Jabu, my lady. Sindiso then asked me to go to the shop. Correction. Siglalela.
Wathi ulento sizosebenzisa imoto kaJabu ucela ngihambe nomsomi ube esitolo sagcina sihamba nomsomi nozokwiswa nenye intombazana
Ungajaha. Uye esitolo kuhamba wena nomsomi nozukiswa.
nozokwiswa intombazana ehamba
Uzukiswa.
ya uzokwiswa bathi usiswa ehamba noJabu leso sikhathi.
Okay. Then Sindiso said that when going to the shop, I was going to be accompanied by Msomi and Zugiswa. Zugiswa is the lady who was in Jabu's company. Khuluma kakhulu ba.
Abantu ababefike noJabu babefike kwamantombazane kwakuJabu yilo uzokusa sasena esitolo kukhona nenye igama layo ngithi kwaku-Andiso noma Ayandiswa but igama lilapho okwakuyibona sasena lesitolo nonomndane umsomi.
And Andiswa or Ayandiswa was also going to accompany me when proceeding to the shop. In fact, this Andiswa or Ayandiswa was in the company of Jabu when they arrived. There were 3 ladies in Jabu's vehicle upon their arrival, Malay. So the people who proceeded to the shop in my company was Msomi, Zugiswa, and Andiswa or Ayandiswa. I'm not sure of the name.
What motorbike were you using in the shop?
Ngesikhathi ke uya esitolo wawuhamba ngayiphi imoto?
Sasihamba ngale kaJabu idrive umsomi.
We were traveling by Jabu's car and it was driven by Msomi.
Now, you are leaving, going to the shop, leaving the person that you are battling unattended.
Naku-ke wena-ke usuyahamba nalabo ohamba nabo niya esitolo usushiya lo muntu-ke owawumqaphile engasaqashiwe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you clarify why?
Ungachaza ukuthi kungani?
Isizathu saloko ukuthi njengangisebenza kwakuyimina wayesebenza naye kuphela. Yonke into ayidinga wayethuma mina njengomuntu osebenza naye.
Well, as I was working alone. When whatever that he needs, he had to send me in order to get whatever he needed. As there was no other person I was working with.
When your principal, which is the deceased in this case, giving you instructions, did you have any chance of refusing those instructions?
Ngesikhathi ke umqashi wakho ongumufi ke kuleli cala ekunika ke umyalelo wawukwazi inona ukuthi uchithe lo myalelo ungakwenzi lokho athi ekwenza.
ngokomthetho umuntu osuke umgadile uyena omlalelayo noma ngasiphi isikhathi awukwazi ukwenza noma ukusho okufuna wena ngaleso sikhathi.
Well, practically, the person that you are guarding is the one that instructs you. You cannot do otherwise or do whatever that you want or like. You listen to that person, to your principal only.
I'm asking this question in relation to his safety while you were proceeding to the show.
Ukubuza kanjena nje noma ukubuza lo mbuzo njena ngoba ekubuzela ke ekuphepheni kwakhe ukuthi ekubezela ekuphepheni kwakhe ngesikhathi wena usahambile usaya store.
Yeah. Ingoba ngalesikhathi esifika ayithi yahamba le moto kwakuyona ekwakungathi ayaziwe elento endaweni. That's why kwabalula
At the time when we arrived, shortly after this vehicle, which was unknown in the area, left.
yiko kwabalula ukuthi alenta avume ukuthi ngihambe ngoba futhi wayesebona uvela usengakubo ayisekho into engaba inkinga kakhulu.
That is why it was easy of him to allow me to go, because we were in the area where he was residing. Ingoba nanisendaweni engakubo ehlahla yona futhi khona okunye okushilo.
Yeah, futhi kwakunemoto ezazikhona nje kwakuyise kune car wash nemoto ezayimile lapha ebus stop.
And there were other vehicles in the vicinity, as there was also a car wash in that vicinity.
Yes, proceed. Now you're going to the shop.
Kubeka seniya esitolo ke manje.
Sahamba saya shop lapha sathenga izinto ayifuna.
He then proceeded to the shop and purchased the items which he needed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Samasibuya sesofika ngakhona ebus stop kune speed humps esikhona ngaka right kune clinic khona umgwaqo onyukayo
We then went back. On our way back, just before we could arrive to where we had left them, there was a traffic calming and a clinic. And a clinic on the right-hand side of the road when coming from the direction of the shops.
Who gave you the money to buy the items that you want to buy in the shop?
Wayinikwa ubani imali eyokuthenga lezi mpahla ke owayithenga lapha esitolo?
Sindiso Magaqa.
By Sindiso Magaqa.
Do you still recall how much was it?
Usakhumbula kwakuyimalini?
Ngicabanga kwaku-200 noma kwaku-150.
I think it was 200 or 150.
What were the items that you were going to buy from the shop?
Wena ke wazothenga zimpahla zini lapha esitolo?
Ngicela ungasidalule ngoba ngicela ungasidalule. izinto engangiyithenga esitolo.
may I not mention the items which I had to buy.
Price wise, I don't understand.
Kulungile kezwakala mfoka mbovu.
Yes, on your way back.
Yebo-ke mase nibuya ke
Sathi maqondana eklinikhi kukhona imoto eyayiveni. Umuntu wayesevenini wathi kade kuqhuma ibhamu lapha la estopini.
when we were near the clinic, there was a van, and the person who was in that van said that there had been gunshot at the bus stop.
Did you know that person?
Wawumazi wena lowo muntu?
Umuntu engangamazi.
No. The person was unknown to me.
See?
Sikulalela.
Wathi meqeda kusho njalo lo muntu wasa sesiseduzana nala kwakhona uSindiso. Angibange ngisabuyele emotweni. Ngahamba ngenyawo sengiyakhona emotweni kaSindiso la ngafika.
After that person had said that, as we were close to where Sindiso and others were parked, where I did not even return into the vehicle, I simply walked towards Sindiso.
What was the reason for that?
Ngasizathu sini wasuhambelani usuyakuyena.
Into eyadala ukuthi ngihambe ngenyawo kwawukuthi ngangisenako mhlambe njade qhuma ibhamu mhlambe abantu basekhona la ababedubula ngaleso sikhathi.
The reason why I walked, it's because I was under the impression that as there had been gunshots, perhaps the people who were shooting were still there in the area.
This doesn't tell you who was being shot.
Ngabe lo muntu ke wakutshela yena ukuthi ubani bedutshule kumbe obani ababedutshule kumbe abadubulekile into enjalo?
Azange asho ukuthi obani abadubula.
No, he did not tell me as to who was being shot. Kube?
Ilanga sengifika khona emotweni kaSindiswa ngafika khona sebedubulekile bese emotweni.
Upon my arrival at Sindiso's vehicle, I then discovered that they were still in the vehicle and had been shot.
What those? Which vehicle was that?
Wobani labo futhi yiphi leyo moto?
Kwakuyimoto yakho uSindiswa kukhona uJabu uyena uSindiswa noNtsike.
Angizwanga igama lokugcina nobani?
uNontsikelelo.
It was Sindiso's vehicle, and there was Jabu in that vehicle. Sindiso and Nontsikelelo. Yep.
Emva kwalo sabathatha sabafaka emotweni ngesasambe ngasesitolo. Sasiphuthumisa esibhedlela khona emzimkhulu.
We then took them and put them in the vehicle, into the vehicle that we had been traveling by when going to the shop, and rushed them to Mzimkhulu Hospital. At Refray Hospital. igama lesibhedlela
Yeah.
Refrain Hospital. Sikulalela.
sathi masifike esibhedlela kwawukuthi kwasefike nama-ambulensi sekukhona namaphoyisa kwawukuthi
Zikuphi-ke lezo moto ama-ambulensi akuphi namaphoyisa?
amaphoyisa sathi sisuka khona sasuka thina saya esibhedlela safike sabashiya khona ngoba sathi besisendleleni kwanamakhozi akhe la kuthiwa bayamlandela
Kancane ungajahi. We then left them in hospital. Nabashiya esibhedlela. Right, awuthathe lapho-ke amakhozi angena senikuphi awuphinde futhi.
sabashiya
Ithi-ke inkantolo umnumzane uNgubane uma ukhuluma ngabalengiswa abathize la icela ukuthi ubabalule ukuthi ukhuluma ngobani-ke manje ngoba sasingekho lapho. Uma uthi wena sabashiya khona nabashiya khona niyobani nishiya bani ningobani nine nishiya abantu ukusho nje lamagama.
sisuka esitobhini sibahambisa esibhedlela kwakuyimina nabo omsomi ngayo imoto kaJabu.
From the stop to hospital, they were taken by myself and Somi and others traveling by Jabu's vehicle.
Do you know the names of the others?
Uyalazi igama noma uyawazi amagama alaba abanye?
Abanye basebefikile kwakuyihlobo zikaSindiswa.
The other people who had arrived were Sindiso's relatives.
Engawazi amagama kodwa abantu okwakuyihlobo zakhe kwabakubo.
Whom I did not know them by their names, however, they were his relatives.
Who was driving?
Wakushayela ba?
Kwadrayiva umsomi.
Msomi was driving.
Did you put all the victims in one motor vehicle, or what was the position?
Ngabe bonke yini labo badubuleka bafakwa emotweni eyodwa yini na noma kwabe isima kanjani?
Kwasetshenziswa le kaJabu driver umsomi kwasekufike nezabafabo basindiswa sezilandelana nazo seziningi zasesibhedlela.
They were put in Jabu's vehicle and Somi drove Jabu's vehicle. However, there were vehicles for Sindiso's relatives, which also arrived, and there was a convoy from the scene when proceeding to hospital.
Now, Mr. Gubana, we have to go step by step. Now we understand that the victims are three. Who was in the motor vehicle that was driven by the son amongst the victims?
Bathathu abantu ke abadluleka la. Obani kulabo abadubuleka abafakwa emotweni eyayishayela umsomi?
Kwakusindiswa uJabu noNontsikelelo.
It was Sindiso, Jabu and Nontsikelelo.
In relation to the car, where were they sitting?
Babehlezi kuphi ke la emotweni?
Usindiswa wayehleli ngaphambili uJabu noNtsiki babehleli ngemuva.
Sindiso was seated in the front Jabu and Nonsigelelo were seated at the back seat. Wena busathu yakhuluma.
Mina ngase ngilandela ngalezi ezinye imoto zasezikhona sesilandela yona le ayisiya esibhedlela.
Well, I then followed them in one of the vehicles, traveling by one of the vehicles which had arrived there. Following them.
In essence, in that VW Polo, there were 4 occupants.
Ngamafuphi nje kule VW Polo babe bane ababegibele kuyona.
Kwakwela abalimele no-driver umsomi.
Yes, it was the victims and the driver, Msomi.
Then you tell that you followed using the other motor vehicle. Whose motor vehicle was that?
Siyezwa-ke la ukuthi walandela nawe kepha-ke sewuhamba-ke ngenye imoto. Yiphi-ke leyo moto ohamba ngayo?
Kwase kufike abantu ababesondele nawo Sindiso abanjengabo Nqobile kwase khona namaphoyisa kule siteshi samaphoyisa lapha e-IBC seduze.
Well, the people who were close to Sindiso had arrived, the like of Nqobile and the police as well from IBIS, as IBIS police station is near.
Do you know whose motor vehicle was it that you used following the motor vehicle was jumped?
Ngabe uyazi ukuthi le moto owayigibela wena kwakuyekabani ilandela le iyayikade ilandele kaJabu? Yes, I know.
Yes, that's what I want to know, Mr. Muganga.
Yiko lokho-ke, sorry. Yiko-ke lokho-ke afuna ukwazi-ke lo mshushisi.
Kwakuyeka Nqobile imoto esahamba ngayo.
We traveled in Nqobile's vehicle.
Is it the same Nqobile that have approached you in order to become the bodyguard of the deceased, or is it a different person?
Ngabe uyini lo Nqobile lo owayekade ekhulume nawe ekuncenga ekutheni-ke ube yi-bodyguard noma usukhuluma ngomunye uNqobile ohlukile?
Hayi kusewena lo engicelile.
It is the same Nqobile who had recruited me.
Now you proceeded to the hospital.
Yebo-ke naye esibhedlela.
Sathi masifika esibhedlela ukuthi bayazama ukuthi balashwe. Emva kwaloko kwabonakala ukuthi isho ngeke bakwazi ukuthi balashelwe lapha ngoba kwakuseduze nakhona lapho ukuthi kufanele bayiswe eThekwini kwase kufike namaphoyisa ako-Shepstone ngaleso sikhathi.
Well, we took them to hospital to receive treatment, and it became clear that they were not going to be treated there. They had to be taken to Durban, as the police had already arrived. Sizakulalela.
Kwathi mase kufike namaphoyisa bafakwa ku-ambulance. Ngagibela mina kweyayi noSindiswa sesiphelezelwa amaphoyisa sekuyiwa esibhedlela saseThekwini.
Well, in the presence of the police, they were then put into an ambulance. I then got into an ambulance in which Sindiso was put and accompanied by the police when proceeding to Durban.
Where was Jabu and Nonsigelelo?
uJabu benontsikelelo babekuphi ke bona?
Bangena kwamanye ama-ambulance kwami nakase ngene kule ehamba uSindiswa.
I think they were put in to other ambulances as I got into an ambulance in which Sindiso had been put.
Yes, proceed.
Sisakulalela.
Sahamba saya eThekwini la afika ahlala khona esibhedlela.
We traveled to Durban, where he stayed in hospital.
You know the name of the hospital?
Ngabe uyalazi igama lesibhedlela? Yes, I know the name.
What is the name?
Lithini igama lesibhedlela?
Chief Albert Ithuli.
It is Chief Albert Lithuli.
Yes, proceed.
Kuba
Sathi masifika esibhedlela ngoba wayephila ngahlala khona esibhedlela ngosuku afika ngalo.
as he was still alive, we arrived in hospital. I then remained in hospital on the day on which he was brought. Kuba
Asho ngale ngaqhubeka ngamgada ngamesesibhedlela ngoba wayesaphila ngaleso sikhathi.
well, I continued guarding him, though he was in hospital, as he was still alive at that point in time. Yeah.
Sho ngahlala lapho esibhedlela ngoba wayelapho angimgade khona ubusuku nemini ngihlala khona ukuze bakhona abantu ababefika ukuthi bazombona kube ukuthi baqala ngiqale ngibabone kwakubani labo bantu ababezofika bezovisit.
I stayed in hospital guarding him day and night. Well, to assess the visitors, whoever visits him had to be assessed by me first before seeing the deceased.
My lady, there was an indication that we would request that you adjourn at this stage up until 2:15. There is an issue in respect of lunch for people number 4 that has to be taken to prison in order to get his lunch.
Well, unfortunately, not been able to sort it out. Kilo hasn't eaten at all today. I'm quite prepared to go and buy him a meal of his choice, but unfortunately we're not allowed to do that. But it needs to get sorted out because we can't do this every day.
Yeah, this is correct.
Ngiyakuyala inkantolo ukuthi njengoba libhuqa kanje licela isifo sisemini ungalokuthi-ke ukudingidingidi noyedwa umuntu phakathi lokhu njengoba-ke kuleli bhokisi-ke lokuphakathi kuyezwakala? I understand.
Okay, now we can find out from
2012 uacte isithuba esingakanani wena?
Essentially, worship, no, 18 is to Basanga.
I have said so, Your Worship. I acted for a period of a month.
Who came after Peter as a fleet manager?
Kubani ozongena as a fleet manager emveni koPeter?
Mr. Michael Magaqa.
It was Mr. Michael Magaqa, Your Worship. Called
Yes.
Mr. Michael Magaqa.
And what happened to him?
Kwenzakalani ke? Kwenzeke ntoni kuye?
Uqale ukungena esihlangwini soba yi-fleet manager yoworship kuba andiphazame ngoFebruary yoworship ka-2013 uqhube usukela ngoko ke wade wafumana umhlala-phantsi yoworship ngo-2019.
He started in February 2013, Your Worship, if I'm not making a mistake, until he got to retirement in, was it again?
For 2019.
In 2019. Sebenzela phana kusukela ngoFebruary 2013 until 2019 ubesehlala phansi.
Is it correct that after he retired, you also acted between after his retirement and the appointment of Mr. Ruth, you were acting at that time?
Inyaniso ndokuba kuye kwaphinda kwa-actor wena emveni koba ithathe umhlala phantsi kwade kwaba kanti kuzawusebenza uMr. Ruth.
Kunjalo yoworship.
That is correct, Your Worship. Yebo kuyiqiniso emveni kokuthi nathatha umhlala phantsi kuye kwa-actor mina ngaphambi kokuthi kuqashwe uMr. Esther.
Thank you, sir. Actually, number 3, that is the applicant number 3, was working for the university until he retired. Do you still remember?
Umenza isicelo lo wesithathu naye wayesebenza phaa eyunivesithi kwade kwazofika ixesha loba makazohlala phantsi. Usakhumbula?
Kunjalo yoworship.
That is correct, Your Worship. Yebo kuyiqiniso bakasebenzela inyuvesi wasethatha umhlala phantsi.
And during one of your acting stints, you brought him from retirement.
Yaye ngeli xesha ubu-actor wena uye wambuyisela emsebenzini ngokwahleli phantsi.
Akunjalo yoworship.
Okay?
That is not true, Your Worship. Akulona iqiniso.
Sorry, sir.
So when you were acting, you got him back from retirement? The
Yes.
answer is no.
Yes, I want number. Yes, that's the answer that I'm getting.
Yes.
Do you know how did he come back?
Uyayazi uba ubuyele njani?
Ewe yoworship.
Yes.
Can you tell the court how did he come back? Because he retired.
Ungasixelela uba ubuyele njani emsebenzini ngoba lokho ebeyathatha umhlala phantsi.
Yoworship mandilungisele uMr. Kuza kangarithayarishe wahamba wohlala endlini yakhe. uMr. Kuza ebengaqeshwanga yi-Department of Transport, wayeqeshwe under i-nursing science eyayiphethwe nguProfessor Siyeko.
Well, I would like to correct this first, Your Worship. He did not resign and go stay in his house. And he was not employed by the transport department, but with nursing and science. And it was under,
Professor Siyeko.
it was under Professor Siyeko.
Let's just
Worship, can I do a correction on the interpretation? He did not retire, not resign.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes, yes.
yes, sir.
Obviously.
Yes.
Let's just get straight. He was the employee of the university, even which section he was occupying.
Kodwa ke ebesebenzela i-university noma ibekweyiphi na i-department okanye section.
Kunjalo ngqondo.
Yes, that is correct, Your Worship.
So-
Bakasebenzele i-university noma
Sorry.
kuliphi department.
So he came back after that retirement. Is that what? Do we agree on that one?
Siyavumelana into yokuba wayesebenzela i-university wathatha umhlala phantsi waphinda wabuya.
Andiqinisekanga ngeli gama lokuba he came back
Okay.
bakumisho ukuthini.
I'm not certain on this term he came back, Your Worship, what it would mean. Anginashonga leli gama elithi wabuya uma lizosho ukuthini.
Let me go straight and put you the way it is from the evidence.
Mandixele ke
That-
ngokubevela ngalo kubunqe.
During one of your acting stints, he was no longer working for for that department. You brought him there. Do you agree or not agree with that?
Ngokubona kulapha ke wena ngelixesha ubumano eactor phaya wayeseyekile ukusebenza phaya kodwa wena wambuyisela eback uyavumelana nam Mntanzile?
Andivumelani, Your Worship.
I disagree worship. Usho ukuthi akavumelani noma nenkulumo ezithi ngalesikhathi after eyekile ehlale phansi yena ngasikhathi eactor ngaso wambuyisela ukuthi akaphinde asebenze ngezinto.
Let me get this right. Was okay, according to you, did he ever work for the transport department?
Ngokwazi kwakho kwasebenza kwa transport department phaya.
Njengoba besenditshilo, Your Worship, Mr. Kuza ebesebenza engudriver wakwa-nursing science.
Like I have said, Your Worship, Mr. Kuze was working as a driver for the nursing and science.
Okay, let me pass that. Maybe it will become clear as we go on.
Mandlule kwena bizakucaca ke njengoba sibheka phambili.
Is it correct that applicant number 2 was a member of the SRC?
Inyaniso lokuba umenzi isicelo lokwesibini wayeyimember ye-SRC.
Ndicinga njalo, Your Worship.
I think so, Your Worship. Buza ukuthi ngaba kuyiqiniso umsolo wesibini ukuthi bakayimember ye-SRC uthi ucabanga kanjani.
And he was running a workshop that was servicing the fleet cars of the university. Do you agree?
Wayene workshop wayenayo eyayisevisa imoto eziphaya e-university. Uyavuma xa kushoyo?
Andiqinisekanga ke ngexesha, Your Worship, into yoba ngabana ngeli xesha sele iimoto zisiwa workshop yakhe ebeseyimember ye-SRC.
Well, I'm not certain, Your Worship, whether by the time the vehicles were taken to his workshop, if he was still the SRC member or not. Anginasiqiniseko sokuthi ngalesikhathi imoto zisiwa ku-workshop yakhe bakaseku-SRC noma cha.
But the fact remains, he was running a workshop inside the university campus.
Kodwa ke ekugqibeleni ebene workshop anayo elapha e-university.
Ndiyayizibula ke leyo, Your Worship, because i-workshop endiyaziyo ingemva kwaseyunivesithi izimele kwi-building yayo. Abendingayazi ke laa building into mhlawumbi i-ownishwa yuniversity.
Well, that is new to me, Worship, because according to my information and to what I know, his workshop is in a separate building. It's not part of the university. I was not aware that the same building is also owned by the university. Mina angikwazi lokho. Mina ngikwazi ukuthi i-workshop yakhe ikubhilidi emuva kwe-university. Angazi nokuthi lelo building le-university.
I fully agree with you that it is behind the university. It's me that is putting it wrongly. Okay?
Ndiyavumelana nawe isemveni kwe-university ndim lo uyibeke ngendlela engeyiyo.
And you are the one who was responsible for sending the cars into that workshop, not so?
Yaye nguwe o-responsible for imoto maziswe kula workshop, akunjalo?
Akunjalo, Your Worship.
That is not so, Your Worship. Cha akulona iqiniso ukuthi kuyimina umuntu owenza ukuthi imoto ziswe kula workshop.
We're not managing the fleet.
Yayingenguwe umanage fleet.
Kunjalo, Your Worship.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Who else would have taken those cars there?
Kubani omnye benozisapha imoto?
Iimoto ziyasiwa ezindaweni ezilungisa, Your Worship, nangoodrayiva.
Well, the vehicles can be taken to places of repairs or services, even by the drivers. Nabashayeli bangazisi imoto la zilungiswa khona.
But you do agree with me that those cars cannot be sent to him without your authorization and knowledge?
Kodwa uyavumelana nami xa nisithi ezi moto azinakuya phaa kuye engakhange ibe kanti loo nto i-authorizwa nguwe okanye nolwazi layo.
Andivumelani nawe, Your Worship.
I disagree, Your Worship. Angivumelani nalo.
It doesn't matter. Let me go to my second part of this. I'm going to tell you what case do we have against you.
Ithi ke ndize kulo wesibini umlenze bendithethe ngawo ndiza kuxelela uba leliphi ityala esinalo ngakuwo.
The evidence I have is that you and Mr. Koza, you were running a racket in that university where you were sending all the cars, both from East London and Alice, to the workshop of Attorney number 2.
Ubungqine nabo buthi bendizenzela wena no Mr. Koza phaya no Mr. Kuza phaya nithatha imoto nezisuka eMonti zonke nizisa kule workshop kaMangalelo Spin.
And in return, you were getting some commission from him.
Yeah,
Once
yeah.
the university pays.
Yaye nifumane inhlawulo nakuye njengoba yena ebhatalwa university.
Do you want to comment on that?
Khona ufuna ithatha kuloo.
Understand le ndaba yoba sifumana i-commission.
I don't understand the part that we were receiving commission. Engakutholi kahle ukuthi sasinomhomele siwutholayo na.
Let me explain the way it is from my docket.
Ithi ke ukucacisela ngohlobelelo docket.
You would send a car to that workshop
Wena ubuthumela imoto phaa kulaa workshop,
and he would invoice the university.
yena athumele i-invoice kwi-university.
And the university would pay him
Imbhatala i-university.
and you get your share.
Ufumane yakho
You
ishare.
and Mr. Kuza.
Wena no Mr. Kuza.
Is it clear now?
Iyavakala ke ngoku.
Ndiyayiva kodwa andivumelani nawe.
I do understand now, Yoshi, but I do not agree. Ngiyakuzwa lokho ukushoyo mara angivumelani nawo.
That is the reason why we are here today. Because after the arrival of the VC, he discovered this fraud.
Silento ibangela sibe silapha ke leyo ngoba emveni koba efikile uVC lona uye waphawula into yokuba kukho obo buqhophololo.
Do you want to comment?
No comment.
No comment. Yoshi.
Two, how is your relationship, or let me put it like this, how can you describe your relationship with the VC, that is Professor Plum?
Ungathi i-relationship yakho no vice chancellor lona uProfessor Hlungu injani?
Professor Mhlungu, i-Vice Chancellor se-University of Fort Hare.
Yes.
So mna junior official. So andikhumbuli ndine-interaction naye nanini na.
Well, Professor Hlungu is a vice chancellor of the university and I am a junior official. I do not remember any interaction between the two of us. Yena kuyena oyingqonyela lesikole. Mina ngisezantsi kabi ngokuqashwa angikhumbuli kunokunkulumo phakathi kwami naye noma kunokhona okwenzakala phakathi kwami.
I see. Are you aware that after Mr. Buhlungu joined the university, there were some criminal cases he opened against some of the managers?
Uyayazi into yokuba
Are you aware of that?
ubuyazi into yokuba emveni koba yena eye wasebenza phaya kwiuniversity lena kukho amatyalo lwaphulomthetho awavulela ezinye zeemanejala zapha euniversity.
Kunjalo yoshi.
That is correct, Your Worship. Yebo ngiyazi ukuthi umesanda ukuqeda ukusebenza lapha yana kunabantu ababama managers abavulela amacala.
And also, there were also some disciplinary hearings
Kwakhona
that were conducted in the university against some managers.
kananjalo kwezinye managers kwaba khona disciplinary ezabanjwa pa university.
Kunjalo yoshi.
That is correct, Your Worship. Ngiyavuma nokuthi kunama disciplinary hearings ayabanjelwa lapha e-university ngamanye ama-managers.
The point I am coming at now is all those managers, including you were holding a meetings at night to make sure, to make the life of the VC miserable.
Apho ke ndiqhubela khona bonke abo manejala kuquka nawe lo benibanubamba amagugula ngobusuku okanye intlanganiso ngobusuku nifuna ukwenza ubomi bakhe bube nzima bube rhaka.
Ndiyayizibula loo nto, Your Worship.
It's my first time to hear about that, Your Worship.
Okay.
Ngiyakuqala ukuzwa mina lokho.
At one stage, you were suspended, not so?
Ukhona nethuba pho wasuspendwa khona ngalo akunjani?
Ndisuspendwe ngoDecember, 1st December last year.
I was suspended on the 1st of December last year. Yebo ngasuspendwa nge-1st za December last year.
For fraud allegations, right?
Suspended fraud, isityholo se-fraud.
So amaphepha, Your Worship, lana aye ndisuspenda kuthethwa ngo-misconduct of university property.
Well, according to the documents that I received pertaining my suspension, They were mentioning misusing,
of university.
misuse of university property. Ngokweencwadi engazithola mina ngesikhathi ngisuspendwa bekuthiwa mina ngisebenzisa ngendlela engafanelekile izinto zenyuvesi.
Okay. Another piece of evidence I would like you to comment if you want to. They say you played a major role in the unrest in the university. In that unrest that happened where property was destroyed. Do you want to comment on that?
Kuthiwa wena kukhona laa nto eyenzekile ukuze konakaliswe nezinto apha eyunivesithi.
Together with your team, sorry.
Wena negqizeli lakho ninendima enayidlalayo ekwenzekeni kwaloo nto.
Andiyazi ke loo ndima, Your Worship.
I don't know anything about that role, Your Worship. Mina angazi lutho okuhlangene naleyo ndima.
That was the reason why you guys wanted the VC dead or disgraced.
Izizathu zezokuba nina benifuna afe uVC okanye bekanti uyahlazeka.
Hayi, Your Worship, andikhumbuli tu.
No, Your Worship, I do not remember it all. Angikhumbuli lutho.
That include also Mr. Roots, because you worked hand in hand with the VC in making sure that you and your racket does not bear any fruit.
Loo nto ke ibibandakanya noMr. Roots lona ngoba besebenzisana yena noVC uqinisekisa into yokuba wena kunye nesi siphithiphithi benisenza akukho nto izawuba suyika ndiyasondela kuVC.
Hayi, andizukhomenta apho, Your Worship.
I will not comment on that one, Your Worship. Angeke ngisho lutho ngalokho.
Because if now I focus on Mr. Roots, he refused to pay the invoice that actually number 2 issued to the university. Do you still remember that?
Uyayikhumbula into yokuba kanizawusondela lapho kuMr. Roots yena zangavume ukuyihlawula i-invoice eyayithunyelwe kumenza isicelo wesibini kwiuniversity.
Hayi, andikhumbuli loo nto, Your Worship.
I do not remember that, Your Worship. Mina angikhumbuli lokho uMr. Roots enqaba ukuthi ahlawule i-invoice ethunyelwe ngumsolwa wesibili kwiuniversity.
In the region of 240,000.
Yayiphaya ku-240,000 loo mali leyo.
You don't know that?
Awuyazi wena?
Zimoto ezimbini, Your Worship,
Yes.
ezithetha ngazo.
Yes, 2 cars.
We are talking about 2 cars, Your Worship.
You still remember now?
Usayikhumbula?
Ndizikhumbula zona imoto ezimbini, Your Worship.
I do remember the
sorry.
2 vehicles, Your Worship. Yebo ngiyazikhumbula imoto lezi eziyi-2.
So he refused to pay those invoices, not so?
Azange avume yena ukuzibhatala ezo invoice. Kunjani?
Hayi, andikhumbuli sitsho kum uba akazuzibhatala, Your Worship.
I do not remember him saying he's not going to pay for them, Your Worship.
Let me put to you like this. As a result of him not paying those invoices, you had a meeting, you, actually number 2 and Mr. Koza.
Ngenxa yoba engavumanga ukuyibhatala loo invoice, wena waba ne-meeting no-accused number 2 no-accused number 3.
That this man is causing you guys to go hungry.
Isithi lo mfo lona uyanilambisa.
Ndiyayivubula loo nto, Your Worship.
Okay.
That is new to me, Worship. Hayi mina angikwazi lokho. Uphendula ke kulo mbuzo ubuzi ukuthi yena nomsolo wesibili nowesithathu baba nomhlangano eveni kokuthi uMr. Roots anqabile ukuhlawula leya invoice. Bathi uyabalambisa uthi naye akakwazi lokho.
In that meeting, you were given a task of refuting. It will say Mr. Vessel was umhlane.
Yes.
You were given the task of recruiting Mr. Vessel to join those conspirators, and you failed.
Kuloo ntlanganiso nani nayo ke wena wanikwa yakho indima yokuba uzarecruiter uMr. Vessel ubuthi ngumhlane mos uba naye makasebenzisane nani kweli qhuqhu lale.
Hayi, ayikho loo nto, Your Worship.
No, there is no such, Worship. Hayi akulona iqiniso.
And when he refused, you decided to kill him, the 3 of you.
Awungavumi nobathathu naqonda uba manimbulale.
Hayi, akunjalo, Your Worship.
No, that is not true, Worship.
And the evidence, I just want you to tell what the state have. against you. You asked Achu number 2 to organize the hitman.
Ndifuna ukuxela nje
I mean, you and Mr. Wanim.
ndifuna ukuxela nje kwento yoba ubungqina sinabo bunjani. Nina ke ngoku nobabini nacela umangalelwe wesithathu loba makakhangele inkabi okanye umntu ozawubulala.
So who was asked to move for the team?
The applicant 1 and the applicant 3
Yes.
agreed that Achu number 2 is going to look for the hitman.
Thank you.
Kahle kahle wena nomenza isicelo lo wesithathu navumelana into yokuba lo wesibini uzawukhangela inkabi okanye isigwini.
hayi andingqinelani naloo nto, your worship.
I disagree with that. Angivumelani noloko ukuthi mina nomsolo wesithathu sasesithatha isinqumo sokuthi lo wesibili akakhangela inkabi ezombulala.
To make it worthwhile, this thing, after the death of Mr. Roots, you paid yourself. You mean you paid Mr. the Achu number 2 that amount that Mr. Roots was refusing to pay.
Ngaba kuyenza icace kahle lento emveni kobe swelekile uMr. Roots ambhatala umangalelo wesibini la mali uMr. Roots bengafuni uba makayibhatale.
Still remember?
Usakhumbula?
Ewe ndazibhatala imoto, your worship.
Yes, I did pay for the vehicles, your worship. Yebo ngayikhokhela imoto.
And you did that without having any authorization because you are not the acting manager then.
Futhi londo wayenza ungenanto kugunyazisayo okanye ungenalo igunya ngoba ubungengwe acting fleet manager lotsela.
Ndayenza, your worship, but ndayiripota ku-Director of Properties and Services, uMr. Mbude.
I did so, your worship, but I reported to the Director of Properties and Services, Mr. Mbude.
Sorry, I just want to get a straight answer.
Yes, sir.
Even though you had no authorization, you were not acting as a fleet manager, you did pay that invoice. What's your response to this?
Ndifuna ufumana impendulo ecacileyo. Nangona ubungengwe acting fleet manager, uyibhatele lo mali. Uthini kuloo nto?
Mandiyibeke olu hlobo, your worship. As a Chief Transport Officer, ndandinalo igunya lobhatala imoto noba sekhona u-fleet manager because amagama aphaya kwa-Standard Bank mabini lele fleet manager plus nele Chief Transport Officer. So bendingaqali uauthorize imoto zaseyunivesithi.
Let me put it this way, worship. As a Chief Transport Officer, I do have authority for paying a vehicle even if the fleet manager does not say so. Because there are two names there at Standard Bank, which is that of the Chief Transport Officer and that of the fleet manager. And it was not the first time for me to pay for such.
I disagree with you, sir. I mean, I'm going to put you like this. You use that chance or that opportunity of you acting now and then. That is how you put wool over the eyes of the Standard Bank. You acted as if you were the acting manager.
Hayi andivumelana nomhlekazi mandibeke ngohlobo wena usebenzise laa nto uyazi lokuba lo umano acta xa kufuneka ku-acte umntu phaya wabuzazi uba wazenze ngathi nguwe lo ngu-fleet manager xa udilishana no-Standard Bank ubhatala lo mali.
Your worship, xa kufikelele ixesha noba ndiveze ubungqina into yoba nangeli xesha bekhona uMr. Roots bendizibhatala imoto ndakuveza.
Your worship, when the time comes that I may produce evidence before court that shows that I was paying for vehicles even when Mr. Roots was still there, I will produce such evidence. Kufikelele ithuba lokuthi ngiveze ngofakazi ukuba nangalesikhathi bakasekhona uMr. Roots nami bengiyibhatalele imoto ngizokwenza lo.
A follow-up to that. Why did you not pay those when Mr. Roots was still alive?
Bekutsheni ke ezi ungazibhatali ngoku besaphila uMr. Roots.
Ndaba nemithingi naye, your worship, ndamxelela ukohlukana kwam naye uMr. Roots yayingumntu oza kuya kule workshop apho imoto zikhoyo ayofuna i-explanation into yoba kwenze ntoni kwezi moto. Sagqibelana ngelo xesha ke.
Well, I had a meeting with him, Your Worship, that is Mr. Roots, and the last time we spoke, he was going to visit the workshop and get an explanation of what has been done or how the vehicles have been serviced, and that is the last I spoke with him. Ngaye ngaba nomhlangano nayo Mr. Roots. Ngaleso sikhathi sinomhlangano wayengitshela ukuthi uyena ozohamba aye kule workshop azwe khona bamnikeze ingcaciso sokuthi kwenziweni kulezi imoto. Yaba kuloko ukuqeda kwami ukukhuluma naye.
I don't understand your answer, sir. Because you were aware that Mr. Rose was refusing to pay those invoices. And it is your evidence that you were able to pay even when Mr. Rose was around. The question is, why you wait for him to die before you pay?
And understand umbuzo wakho ngoba wena uthe xa uthetha ubukwazi ubhatala izinto okanye imoto ngoku akhoyo uMr. Roots. Nangu ke ngokumbuzo kutheni lento uzawulinda uba makafu boyazi uba akafuna uzibhatala eziya kutheni uzawulinda uba makafu ukuze uzozibhatala?
Ndandingalindanga yokweshipha into yoba makafe uMr. Rose ukuze ndizibhatale. Indlela ebesisebenza ngayo is that imoto neyiphi na ibithathwa isiwe kwindawo elungiswa kuyo. Ze mna as a fleet manager, as a chief transport officer, ndimripotele. And amaxesha amaninzi xana singavumelani besihamba sobabini siye kule ndawo nemoto. Umzekelo your worship.
Well, your worship, that is not so. This is how we would conduct things. If a vehicle is taken to a certain workshop to be serviced or to be fixed, then there would be a payment, and if we do not agree on the payment, we would go together to that workshop or to that place of service so that we both get an explanation.
Okay. How much money did you receive from Macho number 2 after you paid that amount?
Sorry, Osha. I think he was interrupted as he was still giving an explanation. If he can just finish his explanation.
Oh, he didn't finish. Sorry, I thought he finished.
Were you still explaining, Mr. Reid?
Okay, sorry about that.
Yes.
I apologize.
Allow you to finish.
Ndisathi ke your worship umzekelo. Ezinye zemoto zethu ngakungolu hlobo lweToyota siziservisa kwindawo ekuthiwa kuba Toyota Settler City eRhini.
For example, your worship, our vehicles, especially the Toyota brand, we service them in a place called Toyota Settler in Makanda or Grahamstown.
Ezinye imoto ke your worship the university, particularly imoto zaseMonti, zithe bhazalala kwi-service providers zapha eMonti.
And other vehicles also belonging to the university, especially those in East London, are scattered in service providers that are around East London. Akushoyo ke ukuthi ezinye zeimoto abaziservisayo ezakaToyota ziserviswa kwindawo eseGrahamstown, yakwaToyota eze-East London zikwindawo ezihlukene sama-service providers ase-East London.
I see. Are you finished now?
Yes.
How much did you get after paying that 240,000?
Wafumana malini wena emveni koba ubhatalela 240,000?
Bendingafumani isixhaso samali your worship more than into bangabana ngelo xesha sibe nethuba sodibana noMr. Mbulawa mhlambe asithengele ilunch mina noMr. Khosa.
Well, we were not receiving any form of compensation, but whenever Mr. Mbulawa would meet with us, he would buy lunch for us, that is myself and Mr. Khosa. Bengatholi lutho kuyimali kuyinhlawulo mara nangasiphini isikhathi esihlangana khona naye Mr. Mbulawa mina noMr. Khosa bekasithengele lunch.
But I have evidence that you got 20,000.
Kodwa mina nobungqono ukuthi wafumana 20,000 nje.
Londo your worship yaza no detective Nkosi ngela xesha wayeinterrogate into bangabana ndiyaxoka. Ikhona evidence that mina ndandifumana a lump sum of money from Mr. Mbulawa.
Well, that came out, Your Worship, when Detective Nkosi was interrogating me and told me that there is evidence that I was receiving a lump sum of money from Mr. Mbulawa. Loko kwavela ngalesikhathi ngihlathwe imibuzo kuDetective Nkosi ngitshela ukuthi mina kunemali engiyitholayo buya ku Mr. Mbulawa.
Again, I have evidence. You can comment to this one. That Mr. Mbulawa opened that workshop on your advice. That is, you advising, that is you and Mr. Wanini, to open that workshop in order for you to take all the cars to his workshop and you go and in return you get the commission. That's how you're making money.
Ndinabo ke nobungqina obuthi wena nommangalelo wesithathu nina bathetha nommangalelo wesibini into yokuba makavule laa workshop phaa ukuze wena uthumele iimoto zaphaa university uba maziyoserviswa nguye nefumane imali nina kuloo nto.
Hayi ndiyayizibula naleyo ke, Your Worship.
That is also new to me, Worship. Uthi akakwazi lokho uma kusithiwa kuyena kunobufakazi obukhombisa ukuthi kuyena nomsola wesithathu abatshela umsola wesibili ukuthi akavulele workshop bona bazothatha iimoto bayiservice kuyena abesena sebanikeza imali.
That is the corruption that was discovered by Rhodes.
Bobo buqhophololo ke baye babhaqwa phaya bubhaqwa nguMr.
And that is the reason why he was killed.
Sisizathu sibangela into yokuba makabulawe.
Hayi andivumelani noko, Mhlekazi.
I do not agree with that, Your Worship. Angivumelani nalokho ukuthi lesizathu besibangela ukuthi uMr. Rhodes abulawe. Yes.
And Mr. Vessel was killed just because you tried to persuade him, and when he refused, you were afraid that he was going to tell at the VC, and you killed him.
Mr. Vessel into ibulawelweyo yena into yokuba uzame ukuba makama umlobele kweli qumrhu lenu uthe awungavumi noyika into yokuba uzawuthetha nambulala ke ngoku naye.
Njengoba besenditshilo phambi kwalenkundla into yoba uMr. Vessel ngumalume wami besivana kakhulu, andikhumbuli ndandithetha into enjalo kuye.
Like I have said before this court, Mr. Vessel was my uncle. We were in great terms together. I do not remember saying such a thing to him. Njengoko sengishilo kule nkosi yenkantolo ukuthi uMr. Vessel kwakuwumalume kumina sizwana kahle futhi angikhumbuli ngikhuluma lutho okufana naloko kuyena.
I want you to listen to what I'm going to say now in that killing of Rhodes.
Ndifuna uzimamele nozayithetha ngoku ke ekubulaweni kukaRhodes.
The hitmen were using a jeep car.
A jeep.
Jeep.
Inkabi ezazibulala zazisebenzisa imoto yejeep.
It was not only this car, it was one of the cars they were using.
Yayingeyo le jeep yodwa kodwa yenye yemoto ezaziyisebenzisa izikrelemnqa ezaziyombulala.
They abandoned this jeep after this killing.
Bayishiya esithubeni le jeep emveni koba benze loo nto.
Inside that jeep, when it was opened, fingerprints of accused 4 and 5 were in that jeep.
Xa kuvulwa loo jeep ke kwafunyanwa ii-fingerprints zika-accused 4 no-accused number 5. Lokho kushiwayo ukuthi labantu abaziinkabi ababefuna ukuthi ababulala uMr. Rhodes kwiimoto ababehamba ngazo kwakukho nemoto ejeep. Uma beqeda ukwenza lokho le moto ijeep bayilahla.
Sorry, is a killing of Vessel, not
Mr. Vessel.
Not Rhodes.
Ekubulaweni kaMr. Vessel.
Yes.
Uma beqeda ukwenza lokho kokubulala uMr. Vessel bayishiya beyilahlile le moto ejeep. Uma kuvulwa leyo moto ejeep kwatholakala khona kunama fingerprints akamsola wesine nomsola wesihlanu.
And inside that jeep, there was a hit list of all the victims, 13 victims.
Yaye phakathi kula jeep kwakukho ilist yabantu ekufuneka bebulewe beyi-13 xa bebonke. Futhi ngaphakathi kuleyo jeep kwakune list yabantu ekumele ukuthi ababulawe ilezi inkabi abawu-13.
And 3 of those names had your cell number, this 067, as a correct person.
Yaye abathathu kwabo bantu abo kwakukho le number yakho ebegqitywa bizwa apha la 07 la 067 njengomntu ekufuneka kuqhagamshelwene naye.
You want to comment, sir?
Thina
Hayi andingqini loo nto.
I do not agree with that, Your Worship. Angivumelani nalokho.
Are you still saying you are not linked to the hitman?
Usathi uba akho nto ikudibanisa neenkabi ezi?
Ndiva ngoku uthi zinkabi ndaqala ubabona.
I only hear now that you say they are hitmen. It's my first time seeing them. Ngizwa manje uma ngitshela ukuthi baziinkabi. Mina ngiyaqala ukubabona.
It can be so, but you were You tasked attitude number 2 to look for this hitman. Not so?
Kunganjalo bayaqala babona ngoba kaloku beninike umsebenzi accuse number 2 ibe nguye ozikhangelayo kunjalo.
Akunjalo, Your Worship.
That is not true, Your Worship. Vele ungangabazi ngoba nitshele umsolo wesibili ukuthi akube uyena organizing inkali. Uthi mephendula ke hayi akunjalo.
To make this easy, this hit list I'm talking about, it was not just to read names. There was A4 photos of each victim.
Ukenziwe lula lento. Kule list ndithetha ngayo ayingomagama nje kuphela. Bekukho nephepha elinefoto okanye bekho namaphepha nefoto zaba bantu bonke kufuneka bebulewe.
And each photo has the price tag to how much the hitman will get after killing him.
Yaye kwifoto nganye kukho neprice ebhaliweyo lokuba inkabi izawufumana malini xa kubulewe lo umntu. Kule list bekunawo nama-pictures wabantu la bekumele ukuthi ababulawe lezi inkabi. Eduze komfanekiso lowo walo muntu kumele ukuthi abulawe kubhalwa ama-price ukuthi inkabi izothola malini uma isiqeda ukubulala lowo muntu.
Do you want to comment?
Ufuna ukuthetha kuloo?
Yes, Your Worship, and I comment.
That is new to me, Worship. I do not have a comment. Kusha lokho kumina angina comment.
Out of that 13, 5 were shot at.
Well,
Were shot at.
abahlanu kulo 13 badutyulwe. About 5 kulo 13 badutyulwe.
And 2 died.
Ababini kubo basweleka. Ababini babo basebeyashona.
Do you want to comment?
Thina
And no comment, Your Worship.
I don't have a comment, Worship. Akunalutho engizokusho.
Okay. Let me go to the reasons why we are going to ask this court not to release you on bail.
Mandize ke ngoku izizathu ezabangela into yokuba ndithi inkundla lena mayingakuvumeli uyifumane ibheki.
As I said, there's a list of 13 names.
Njengoba besenditshilo kukho ilist yamagama ayi-13.
And 5 were shot at already.
Abahlanu kubo badutyulwa.
And 2 lost their lives.
Ababini baphulukana nobomi babo.
Which means there is 7 more that is still not accounted for.
Idlo nto kusekho abayi-7 ebengekafumaneki engekenzeki into kubo.
They are in danger.
Basemngciphekweni bomi babo. Kule list nabantu abawu-13 kudutyulwa abantu abawu-5 kwashona ababili. Lokho kusho ukuthi kunabantu abayisikhombisa abangakatholakali yaye impilo yabo isengcipheni.
How can you release you if the situation is like that?
Singakhula njani xa kanti kulolo hlobo?
Your Worship, andina comment kule nto uyithethayo.
Worship, I do not have a comment on what is being put to me. Anginalutho engingolikhuluma kuloo nto.
And the police had just got some bad news that one of those 7 was in a hit and run accident and passed away.
Amapolisa afumene nento ethi kwaba bayi-7 ke ngoku omnye wabo uye wabandakanyeka kwingozi yoba atshayiswe yagqiba imoto ibaleke okanye hit and run. Akufumenekanga wasweleka naye.
That person was in that list.
Lo mntu naye ubethwe kulo hit and run wasweleka wayekhona kulaa list. Omunye walaba abayisikhombisa abakulaa list uthole ukuthi ashayiswe imoto isiyabaleka u-hit and run waseyashona naye ke igama lakhe belikhona kuleya list.
Do you want to comment?
Khona ufuna uthetha apho ne?
Ngicela ubuza, Your Worship.
I would like to ask a question, Your Worship.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Peter. When you are there, you only answer the questions that have been asked.
Thank you.
You won't ask him a question with respect.
Naye Mr. Peter xa ukule ndawo kuyo awubuzi mbuzo wena uphendle ntweni oyibuzwayo.
You can comment to what I'm saying.
Ngivile, Your Worship.
Khona ufuna ukuthetha kule?
akho nto ndizayithetha, Your Worship.
I have no comment, Your Worship, and also I understand what the court has just explained.
That means if there is this probability that if you are released on bail, you will finish up your list. That means you will commit further crimes.
Xa kanti kukho loo nto ibonakalisa into yoba ngehle ugqibezele olu luhlu lwaba bantu okanye le list yaba bantu xa unokhululo ube ngaphandle ngebheyile, itsho loo nto uzawuqhubekeka usenzelwa phula mthetho.
And the VC is still alive.
And futhi ke ngoku no vice chancellor lona usaphila.
And he is still in the position of being the vice chancellor.
Yaye futhi usengu-vice chancellor.
Andinanxa naye uvice chancellor naba bantu babizileyo ungababebizanga ngamagama, Your Worship.
Well, Your Worship, I don't have any problem or anything against the vice chancellor or these people that the names have not been mentioned. Anginankinga mina no vice chancellor, anginankinga nanabo nalabantu ongabizile ngamagama.
Still about this committing further crime. We have evidence has just displayed that you are very organized and very efficient. Very efficient.
Yaye kwakuloo nto yokuba uzawuphila uqhubekeke kwenza unyulo phula umthetho ubungqina bulapha bubonakalisa into yokuba wena ungumntu yonke into yakhe ecwangcisiweyo kakuhle yaye ungakwazi ukwenza izinto zenzeka.
If you look at the way, if one can look at the way you planned and executed the killing of Vesel, that shows the high planning. I mean the killing of Roots, because it's where you use about 3 cars, escorting him from his place of work up to where he was shot with different cars.
Yaye uba kunojonga nendlela owenze ngayo ukubulawa kukaRoots, ibindlela nje ecwangciswe kakuhle ukusukela kule ndawo asebenza kuyo ukuyotsho apho abulewele khona kusetyenziswa imoto ezintathu ezohlukeneyo zithatha iigame zazo kumlandelela.
Njengoba besenditshilo, Your Worship, that ananto nokwenza nokufa kwaMr Roots, ndiyayizibula le nto ithethayo, Your Worship.
Like I have said, Your Worship, I do not have anything to do with the death of Mr. Roots. This is all new to me. Njengoba besengishilo mina anginalutho okungihlanganisa noma engikwazi malunga nokufa kaMr. Roots. Konke lokho kushoyo kusha kumina.
Evidence will show that on the day of the incident of the death of Mr. Roots, you are the person who disclosed to the hitman that he didn't go to Alice, he is in East London.
Ubungqina buzayiveza into yokuba ngale mini kubhubhanga iMr. Roots nguwe owanchaza into yokuba akapangelanga eAlice use-East London. Ufakazi obukhoyo buzoveza ukuthi ngale langa kushona ngalo uMr. Roots wena owanikeza information yokuthi akasebenzanga eAlice usebenze East London.
So he can be tailed from East London offices up to his place.
Oh, loo nto angakwazi ke ngokukulandela ukusukele kwii-offices e-East London ukuyotsho apho ahlala khona. Lokho kusho ukuthi angakwazi ukulandelela ukusukela laphayana ema-office ase-East London ukuyotsho la ahlala khona.
Hayi, andivumi, Your Worship.
I disagree, Your Worship. Angivumi.
Okay. Let's get to your application. What is the reason why you want to be released? What can you tell the court why you want to be released?
Masize kwisicelo sakho. Sithini isizathu esibangela uba mawufuna ukukhulula ube ngaphandle ngebheyili?
Njengoba besenditshilo, Your Worship, that ndinabantwana abasibhozo abaxhomekeke kum.
Like I have said, Your Worship, I have 8 children who are dependent on me. Njengoba sengishilo nginabantwana abawu-8 abadepende kumina.
Isithandathu sabo omama babo abaphangeli.
6 of them, their mothers are unemployed.
Okay.
Abawu-6 kubona omama babo abasebenzi.
I see that they, not even one of those children share your surname.
Ndibona ukuba akho nomnye kwaba bantwana osebenzisa iname yakho.
Kunjalo, Your Worship, kuba nditshatanga nomama babo.
I see.
Yes, that is correct, Your Worship, because I'm not married
So
to any
they-
of their mothers. Ngiphawula ukuthi kulezi ingane zonke akunayo neyodwa ingane esebenzisa isibongo sakini. Uthi umephendula yebo lokho kuyiqiniso akashadile nomama balezi ingane.
They stay with their mothers.
Basahlala nomama babo abantwana.
Your worship, bahlala nomama babo. Kasiye sibe ne-arrangement you-alternate nge-weekends. That's kum.
Okay.
Yes, your worship, they are staying with their mothers, but we have an arrangement of alternating on weekends. They would come to my place. Yebo bahlala nomama babo, kodwa ngeyi-weekend sinokuzwana ukuthi bazawuza kumina.
I have just got information from the university that they suspended you without pay. So since December you had no pay, is that so?
Ndifumana nento ethi wena uwafumana i-suspension yoba ungabhatalwa. Ukusukela kuDisemba awukawubhatala.
Your worship, andivumelani tu nalento ayithethayo umhlekazi. Kamnandi ikopi ze-suspension yam ummeli wam unaso.
I completely disagree with that, Your Worship. Unfortunately, my legal representative is in possession of the copies of my suspension. Ngesho angivumelani naloko, ngeshwa ke ummeli wami unawo ama copies wale letter eyangisuspend.
Can I just get clarity from my own? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, it's me that is putting it wrongly. Is that they didn't pay you, they stopped paying you from the day you were arrested, when you put in custody?
Hayi ngimi luyibhadla ubeke ngendlela ngeyiyo. Bagqibele ukubhatala ngalamini ubanjwa ngayo emveni kubanjiwe khaba phinde bakubhatala.
Yes, sir.
Ndiyibone mna mhlekazi wam ngalamini bawufuna ndiye ebhankini, bawuyiwe ebhankini into yoba ndifumenanga umrholo wam.
Yes.
I became aware, Your Worship, on that day when we went to the bank that I did not receive my salary or my payment.
Which means you won't be having any payment from now on.
Idlondo kusukela ngobheka phambili awuzufumana umrholo wena.
Your worship, phaya kum ekhaya ndine-flats endirentisa ngazo.
Specifically from the university,
Yes, sir.
you will not be getting any income.
Kahle kahle kanye ngincakasana e-university akukho mali uzaphinda uyifumane.
Is that
Awuzumbhatala e-university ngaba kunjani?
Your worship, kuba ke ndibanjiwe khange ndibe nanxibelelwane ne-university, kodwa ke ngokubona kwam elihlobo izinto zenzeka ngalo andizuphinda ndifumane mrholo.
Well, Your Worship, since my arrest, I have not been able to be in communication with the university, but according to how I see things going on, I will not be receiving any payment. Angisitholanga isikhathi sokuthi ngakhulumisana nayo i-university, kodwa uma ngibheke lo hlobo kwenzakala ngale zinto angeke ngithole umphomelo.
So do you agree with me that you won't be of much help to your children?
So yavumelana nami xa ngithi awuzuncedisa ngamandla nalapha ebantwaneni babo.
Kuba ke umrholo wam your-worship udlala indima enkulu, izinto azizufana.
Well, since my salary was playing a major role, things will not be the same.
In closing, sir, I just want to put to you that you are not a person to release on bail.
Manje kubheke ngelithi ke mhlekazi wena awunguye tu umuntu onokhulu wabe ngaphandle ke-bail kwelitya.
You planned the killing of the VC. You planned the killing of Mr. Roots. You finally planned the killing of Mr. Vesey.
Wena waceba ukubulawa kuka-vice chancellor, waphinda wahlela waceba ukubulawa kuka-Mr. Roots, waphinda waceba nokubulawa kuka-Mr. Vesey.
To make it clearer, you are involved in two groups. There is this group that involved these two yours. The one that deal with Mr. Roots and Mr. Vesey. And you are also in the other group that involve the professors, other professors here.
Uyabona wena ukwezintlu zimbili zabantu okanye kumaqela amabini, ukweliqumrhu lakho nomangalo wesithathu nowesibini lobulawa kuka-Mr. Roots no-Mr. Vesey, uphinde ube khona nakwelinye lequmrhu eli linabo nooprofesa.
You are very dangerous.
Uyingozi qithi wena.
Hayi, your worship, andikhumbuli ndikwiqumrhu loba kwabulawa abantu. Ndiyayizibula yonke le ndithuka umhlekazi.
Well, Your Worship, I do not remember being in any group discussing that anyone should be killed. To me, this is all new. Mina angivumelani naloko noma mangibeke ngale ndlela. Mina angikwazi konke lokho. Angikhumbuli ngikwi-group zoba akubulawe noba umuphini umuntu.
You were the other group I'm talking about. You were holding your meetings in the house of Mr. Somnis.
Mr.
Somnis, Professor Somnis.
Le group yesibini ngithetha ngayo i-meeting zenu zibambele endlini kaProfessor Somniso.
Do you remember?
Uyakhumbula?
Andikhumbuli nanye imeeting yoworship endake ndayibamba kwindlu kaProfessor Somniso ndinabanye abantu. And mna kandisiya kuProfessor Somniso bendisiya kuba singabantu abavanayo. Zange ndake ndadiscuss even nesuspend amxelela nje into yoba ndisuspendiwe. Otherwise andikhumbuli tu kwiquiz okanye imeeting. Ndingavuya ke into yoba ngabana xa kufikelele lelo xesha loba kuxoxwa ityala ndibazi nabanye abantu endandiliqumfu kwindlu kaProfessor Somniso.
Well, Your Worship, I do not remember being in any meeting with other people in Professor Somniso's place. Whenever I would visit Professor Somniso's house would be because we were people who were quite acquainted with each other, and I would never even discuss work-related issues with him. It's only the issue of the suspension that I've told him about. And when the case is being tried, I would love to know who those people that I've been in the meeting with are. Mina angikhumbuli lutho nginomhlangano nabanye abantu la kuhlala khona uProfessor Somniso, futhi nangasikhathi mina engihlangana ngaso noProfessor Somniso angikhulumi ngento zomsebenzi, ile suspension yodwa kuphela engikhulumile ngayo nayo. Futhi noma sekuqalisiweke ukuthi akukhulunywe ngecala lixoxe icala leli, ngingathokoza ngajabula kakhulu ukuthi ngingawazi amagama walabo bantu ekuthiwa sihlala ama meetings nabo.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peter, when my learned colleague was asking the questions, you responded by saying that you know how accused or third applicant came back, although you're not comfortable with the word coming back from retirement, and you never brought him back. How did it happen that he came back? I'm sorry to use the word back.
Uye wayithi into yokuba uyayazi into yokuba waye wabuya njani okanye ubuyela njani emsebenzini nangona besathethe umhlalaphantsi ummangalelo wesithathu nangona ke ungakhange ube kanti ulivisisa kakuhle igama lithi ukubuyela. Kwenze kanjani uba makaphinda besemsebenzini?
Your Worship, mandubulele lo mbuzo. Mr. Cruiser usebenze over 30 years engudriver waseyunivesithi esebenza kwicandelo lakwa-nursing science, although wayengudriver.
Worship, let me be grateful for this question. Mr. Kuza worked for about more than 30 years for the department and was working for the university and was working for this department of nursing and science as a driver.
Kuba ke mhlekazi wami phaya eMonti ubuyayibona la campus yaseMonti i-department enkulu pha mhlekazi in fact i-faculty enkulu pha ngu-nursing science. So umsebenzi uMr. Kuza babeqhuba ezabhasi ukutransporta abantwana besikolo to ezibhedlele nasezikliniki phaya eMonti.
And on the East London campus of University of Fort Hare, the major or the majority faculty there is nursing and science. And part of the duties that they were doing, that is Mr. Kuza and other drivers, were to transport the students from the university to the hospitals.
Ndiye straight emholweni ke mhlekazi, Your Worship, ibhasi okanye imoto ezininzi esinazo eMonti zi-ownishwa ngu-nursing science.
And also, Your Worship, to go straight to the question, most of the buses and the vehicles that we have in the East London campus are owned by nursing and science department.
Nangona nje izimoto zi-ownishwa ngu-nursing science, luxanduva lwesikolo ukuzimaintaina.
And even though they are owned by nursing science, this vehicle, it is the duty or the responsibility of the university to maintain them.
Kandithetha ukutsho ke mhlekazi thina singu-transport bezimaintainwa sithi.
And by so saying, I mean that us as the transport departments were the ones who are responsible for maintaining them.
Ungqonyela ke bephethe ilicandelo your worship nguprofessor Siyeku.
And the professor who was heading this department was Professor Siyeku.
Emveni ke kuba your worship uprofessor before uprofessor Siyeku ayeke uye wadibana nomphathi wam uMr Magaqa.
And before Professor Siyeku stopped working, he met with my superior, Mr. Magaqa.
Apho ke baye badecide into yokuba ngabana uMr Khuza aziswe kwa-transport because bona bengu-nursing science kufumaniseka into yoba abanalungelo into yoba babe no-drive. Oodriver bonke bafanele babe kwindawo eyi-one kwa-transport.
That is where the decision was made that Mr. Khuza should be brought to this transport department, because them as the nursing science department, they do not have authority to have their own drivers. The drivers are supposed to come from the transport department.
So if I get that response, you are saying you are not the one who was responsible for Mr. Khuza's coming back from retirement.
So ukuba ndikuva kakuhle ayinguwe obune galelo kanye uthathe isigqibo sokuba makabuye njengoba njenganto besethathe umhlalaphantsi azosebenza uMr Khuza.
Kunjalo ngqo, your worship.
That is correctly so, Your Worship.
I think that's been covered. Yes. My colleague put it to you that you were sending cars to accused number 2's workshop, and in return you were getting commission.
Uthe xa thetha umtshutshisi wena ubuthumela imoto kwi-workshop ka-accused number 2, wena ngaloo nto ube nentlawulo uyifumanayo. Umtshutshisi utshela ukuthi wena bekuwena ubuthumela imoto kwi-workshop ya-accused number 2 ube nomomelo utholayo ngaleyo nto.
You disputed that.
Wena wayiphikisa loo nto ndavumelana nayo.
Kunjalo, your worship.
That is correct, Your Worship. Mina angivumelananga nalokho.
He went on to say that the VC saw this fraud, and your response was no comment.
Qhubekeke ngelithi ke uvice chancellor ububonile bobuqhetseba babenzekayo. Wathi wena xa uphendula awunakho.
I am worried about this no comment.
Ndinexhala ke le mpendulo ithi awunakho comment.
Embangi, your worship, bandithi andina-comment into yokuba ngabana ngaphezu kwam as a fleet man, as a chief transport officer, kukho i-fleet manager. Ngaphezu kwe-fleet manager kukho director of properties and services.
The reason, Your Worship, I'm saying I have no comment, above me as the chief transport officer, there is fleet manager. And above the fleet manager, there is director of properties and services.
Let me tell you why I am worried about this no comment. It may imply that you agree with what is being put to you. This is why you must be explicit if you disagree with a point or not. You must be explicit. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, Your Worship.
Now, what is your comment on the assertion by my colleague that the VC saw this fraud, that there was a fraud between you, accused 2 and 3?
Uthini wena kuloo nto ke ngoku yokuba uvice chancellor uyibhaqile into yokuba lukhona uqhophololo olwenzekayo phakathi kwakho umangalo lesithathu nowesibili?
Your worship, uzange ndaziswe ngobuqhophololo.
Your Worship, I was never made aware of any fraud. Mina angina fraud engithetha ngayo noma engazisiwe ngayo. I'm also worried about your responses about
I do not remember. My colleague put it to you that you wanted the VC to be killed or his life to be miserable because of the fraud that he was trying to clamp down at the university. And you said, I do not remember.
Enye into endinexhala ngayo kwezi mpendulo zakho ngu-andikhumbuli. Uthe mntu sithetha nawe apha wathi wena ubufuna uba makabulawe uvice chancellor ngenxa yokuba ezama ukusiphula nengcambu ke le nto yobubuqhophololo bebusenzeka apha kule yunivesithi. Yathi impendulo yakho awukhumbuli.
You know what I do not remember means?
Ayazi uba u-andikhumbuli kuthetha ukuthini?
It may mean that that thing has happened, but because of the lapse of time, you have forgotten it.
Ingathetha kaloku impendulo ethi andikhumbuli nento ethi ewe kungenzeka uba yenzekile loo nto qha ke kuba ke kudlule ixesha andisayikhumbuli.
Did you, with any other person, conspire to make the life of the VC miserable or to kill him?
Uthe wena kunye nabanye abantu osebenzisene nabo naba negumngezo okanye igqugqule nilihlalayo lokuba makwenziwe nzima ubomi buka-vice chancellor okanye abulawo?
Akunjalo mhlekazi.
That is not true, Your Worship. Mina angikaze ngisebenzisane nomunye umuntu sibe ney'nkulumo ney'nhlelo zokuthi sibulale noba senze ubomi bakhe bahambe ngendlela engehambi kahle u-vice chancellor.
My colleague put it to you that the reason for the killing of Vesely was that he would inform Mr. Roots about the fact that you wanted him to be working in connivance with you.
Isizathu esibangela sithethwe ngumthuthi sinesithi sibangela uba makubulawe uMr. Vesely sesokuba ubuthi uzawuchazela uMr. Roots into yokuba wena uzame ukumloba into yoba makazosebenzisana nani.
Here is a question.
Nangokubuza.
Mr. Roots passed away, according to the charge sheet, on the 19th of May, 2022.
Mr. Roots soleke nge-19 May 2022 ngokuthoba charge sheet.
Mr. Vesely passed away, according to the charge sheet, on the 6th of January 2023.
Mr. Vesely soleke nge-6 January 2023.
Could you then have conspired to kill Mr. Vesely because he would tell a person who has passed away in May 2022 already?
Ibenokwenzeka into yokuba mawuhlala igqugqula lokubulala uMr. Vesely kuba ezawuchaza into yokubulawa kumntu osele bhubhile phofu obhubhe ngoMeyi kunyaka odluleleyo.
Hayi, Your Worship.
No, Your Worship.
You testified when my colleague was asking you questions that you had a meeting with Mr. Roots regarding the payment of the invoice of the second applicant.
Uthe xa uphendula umuntu ebithelwa ngumthusi yoba wena wawuhlangene naye uMr. Roots ngokumayelana nokuhlawulwa kwe-invoice ka-accused number 2.
And he said to you he was going to go to the workshop and see the work that was done.
Wathi yena uzawuya phaa kwi-workshop azibonele yena ngokwakho umsebenzi owenziweyo.
Is that the normal procedure when there are disagreement that a person would want to make sure before he effects payment?
Ngaba indlela ekade nisebenza ngayo leyo uba umntu uba unento ongayiqondi kakuhle funeka ayotsho phaa kwi-workshop phambi koba ahlawule?
Injalo, Your Worship.
That is correct, Your Worship.
So there was nothing wrong with that.
Kwangenanto erongo ngaloo nto.
Kunjalo, Your Worship.
That is correct, Your Worship.
You also testify that the issue of you being given a commission of 20,000 by Mr. Mbulawa came from Detective Sergeant Nkosi.
Uthethe nento yokuba le nto yoba unafumana i-20,000 kuMr. Mbulawa yeza kwimibuzo yayibuzwa nguSergeant Nkosi.
Kunjalo, Your Worship.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Did you or did you not receive a commission of 20,000 from Mr. Mbulawa, that is the second applicant. As
Uyifumene
a
noma
commission.
uyifumene noma uyifumenanga i-20,000 ku-Mr. Mbulawa njenge-commission yakho?
zange ndafumana imali engako ku-Mr. Mbulawa.
Never received such an amount of money from Mr. Mbulawa.
My colleague also stated that fingerprints of the fourth and the fifth applicant were found in a Jeep motor vehicle.
Sitsheliwe nokuthi ima-fingerprints kamsola wesine nowesihlanu atholakala kule moto e-Jeep. I-fingerprints zika-4 and 5 zafunyanwa kula Jeep.
Do you know anything about this?
Konto yaziwana ngaloo nto?
Hayi, Your Worship.
No, Your Worship. Cha.
Your Worship, I want to clarify this for my colleague.
Yes.
Just want to get a clarification whether the cell phone number of my client is a cell phone. The hard copy that was found with the number. Thank you. He also stated that your cell phone number, the one that he mentioned, was found in that Jeep motor vehicle.
Ukwathethe nokuba ke i-cellphone number yakho le bikhe wayifunda apha enkundleni nayo yayifumaneke kwizinto zaziphaa kula Jeep. Sicela ukuthi ne-phone number yakho, i-cellphone number yakho yatholakala kule zinto ezazikula Jeep.
This is the question. You said that cell phone got lost last year.
Uthe wena lo phone yalahleka kulo nyaka upheleyo. Sicela ukuthi leyo phone yalahleka last year.
Unjalo, Your Worship.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Was that a personal cell phone number or was it a university cell phone?
Le number yakula cell phone yayinumber yakho personal okanye yayinumber yakho esetyenziswa yi-university. Ngaba kwakuyinumber yakho personal noma kwakuyinumber ye-university?
Number yami personal, Your Worship.
It was my personal number, Your Worship. Okungeyami.
When that cell phone got lost with that number, did you reapply for that number to have that number back?
Ngalesikhathi kulahleka le cell phone naleya number kuyona, ngaba u-applyile ukuthi awuphinde usebenzise leya number noma okanye ngeli xesha kulahleka ifone leyana ngabe uphinde wazama ukuba mawusebenzisa la number wenze isimzwa?
Hayi, Your Worship, ngavela ndazithengela ifoni entsha.
No, Your Worship, I just bought myself a new phone. Ayithengela nje phone entsha.
My colleague also put it to you that in that list of people who were to be killed, the list which was found in the Jeep, 2 were killed and 2 died. And you responded by saying, no comment.
Kula list yaba bantu bafumaneke phaa kula Jeep, uthe umntu usixelele nawe ababini baye babulawa bafa. Wathi wena xa uphendula apho, no comment.
In fact, it's 5 that were short-lived, and then 2 died.
Thank you, Bishop.
Kahle bayi-5 abantu abadutyulwayo kwabhubha abantu ababini kubo. Usitshele ukuthi umshushisi kuleya list yatholakala kula Jeep kwadutyulwa abantu abawu-5 kubona kwashona ababili. Wathi uphendula wena, no comment.
My question to you, this is why I said I'm not comfortable with this no comment. Do you know anything about the killing of those people or those who died, how they died?
Into ebaluleke ndithi ndinengxaki nale mpendulo yakho ithi no comment. Ndifuna ukucacelwa kwinto ethi ikhona into yaziyo malunga nokudutyulwa kwabo bantu nokubhubha kwaba ke baphela bebhubha. Inkinga enginayo nale answer yakho ethi no comment, ngifuna ukwazi kahle ukuthi kukhona yini okwaziyo wena ngokushona kwala abashona nangokudutyulwa kwalaba abadutyulwa.
Akho nomnye into endimaziyo, Your Worship, into yoba ngabana wadutyulwa ngasipizathu okanye wabulawa ngasipizathu.
Your Worship, not a single person from those do I have a reason why he was shot and how he died. Akunayo noyedwa kulaba abadutyulwa nakula abashona mina engaziyo ukuthi ushone kanjani noma udutyulelwana.
My colleague also put it to you, how can we release you or how can the court release you when 5 people were killed and 2 died? Once again, you said no comment.
aphinde umshushu zabuza into yokuba ungakhululwa njani inkunzi ube ngaphandle xa kanti kudutyulwa abantu abahlanu kwade kwasweleka ababini kubo. Yaphinda impendulo yakho yathi no comment. Futhi umshushu sikubuzile ukuthi uma kunabantu abahlanu abawu-5 abadutyulwe kwashona ababili kubona ungadetyelwa kanjani inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi ube ngaphandle ngebheyili? Wathi uma uphendula awuna comment.
Does it mean that when you say no comment, you agree with him that you are not an applicant deserving of being released on bail?
Xa usithi no comment ngaba loo nto ithetha uba uyavumelana naye xa sithi wena awungomntu onokhululwa abe ngaphandle ngebheyili? Ungabe loko kusho ukuthi uvumelana naye uma ethi wena akuyena umuntu ongadedela ukuthi abe ngaphandle ngebheyili?
Andivumelani naye, Your Worship.
I disagree with him, Your Worship. Angivumelani naye.
You also said no comment about the hit and run of another person. Does it mean that you know about this hit and run?
Nangale hit and run ke komnye abantu abaphakula list uthe no comment ngabe ithatha ba lonto una into yaziyo malunga nalo hit and run wafunyanwa nguye?
Hayi, akubone into endiyaziyo, andingayazi noba yenzeke nini loo nto.
No, Your Worship, I don't know a single thing and I don't know when that happened. Cha mina angazi lutho nga hit and run, angazi nokuthi yenzeke kanjani nini leyo nto.
You were suspended with pay last year.
Last year was suspended or ubhatana.
Kunjalo, Your Worship.
This is correct, Your Worship.
After your arrest, the suspension was now without pay.
Emveni kokuba ubanjiwe ke ngoku yatshintsha le nto kwakususpenda kuwe yathi awubhatali.
Are you planning to challenge that unlawful refusal of the university to pay,
Wena
or
ingaba
that suspension without pay?
ingaba wena unenjongo zokuyilwisa le nto yenziwe yiyunivesithi yokuba
If I may ask this, why do you say that is unlawful?
Your Worship, you can't just decide to suspend a person without pay without affording that person an opportunity to say why he should not be suspended.
I don't justify my reply.
Your Worship, you're asking me a question. I'm answering the
Yes,
question.
this question because you are saying you are inviting him to comment on something that you alleged it was unlawful. My question is why? How did you arrive at the unlawfulness?
It's because, Your Worship, I'm aware that he was never afforded any opportunity to say why he should not be suspended without pay. We cannot just take away a person's money without affording that person an opportunity why he should not be without pay. Surely that's unlawful. Are you intending to challenge that conduct, which is unlawful?
ingaba wena unenjongo zoba mawulwisane naso esi sigqibo senziwe yeyunivesithi soba mawuvele nje ucinyelwe umrholo ungakhange unikwe nethuba lokuphefumla ngaloo nto?
Ewe, Your Worship.
Yes, Your Worship. Yebo kuyinhloso yami ukuthi ngilwisane naleso sinqumo esithathwe eyunivesithi ukuthi abavele bayekele ukunginikeza umrholo wami bengangitshelile.
You also said, this I do not remember, also worries me. You said, I do not remember being in a group of people meeting at the house of Professor Sindiso.
Nankomnye andikhumbula ondiphatha kakubi uthe xa uphendula awukhumbuli uyinxalenye yentlanganiso yabantu ababehleli kwaProfessor Sindiso.
Were you or were you not in a group that sat in a house of Professor Sindiso where a discussion was made regarding the killing of VC and Mr. Vesely?
Wena wawuke wayinxalenye yegroup yabantu ababehleli kwaProfessor Sindiso nalapho kwakuxoxwa khona ngokubulawa kuka-Vice Chancellor kunye no-Mr. Vesely?
Hayi, Your Worship.
No, Your Worship. Mina angikaze ngibe yinxalenye yeengxoxo ezazikhunyelwa emzini wakaProfessor Sindiso nalapho kukhulunywa khona ngokuthi akubulawe u-Vice Chancellor no-Mr. Vesely.
Your Worship, I'll have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Peter, if I may just ask some few clarity questions, one or two.
Inkundla ke Mr. Peter naye icela ubuza nje imibuzo embalwa yoba mayicacelwe zizinto ezivele apha ingaba mibini okanye bibene.
Your attorney seems to be worried about your no comment responses that you have tendered to the state, but I'm not there.
Igodi lakho libonakala ngathi liyahlupheka wena izimpendulo zakho zika andikhumbuli ubumano zenza kodwa ke andikho apha.
This is where I am.
Nantsi ndaweni kuyo.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Applicant number 2, was he not a service provider for the university as far as the repair of the motorbikes is concerned?
Uyawutsho uba ndiyaphazama. Umenzi sicelo lo wesibini wayengeyo service provider yokulungisa imoto zalapha e-university.
Kunjalo your worship.
That is correct, Your Worship. Yebo ngiyavumelana nokuthi umsolo wesibili bakayi-service provider yokulungisa imoto ze-university.
Now, if you was a service provider, when you were asked, or when it was put to you that you had received a sum of 20,000 rands from him in 9, it said it came from a certain police officer. You seem to be conceding that he used to buy you and your colleagues lunch.
Ngeli xesha kubuzwa ngento yokoba wafumana i-20,000 esuka kuyena wathi wena xa ungayivumeli loo nto wathi hayi le nto ye-20,000 ikanye imali esuka kuye siza kuye izovela ngeli xesha ubuzwa lipolisa loo mibuzo. Uye wavakala ngathi uyayivuma into yokoba ebeqela unithengele ilantshi wena nommangalelwa wesithathu.
Am I correct to have noted this concession of him having bought you and your colleagues lunch?
Ingaba ndinyanisile xa ndiyibhala ngolo hlobo into yokoba wena uyivumile into yoba wayekanithengele ilantshi nobabini?
Ewe, your worship.
Yes, Your Worship. Usho ukuthi uyavumelana nokuthi yebo wayebathengela ilantshi yena nomsolo wesithathu umsolo wesibili kodwa ke lokhu kwemali esuka kuyena iza kuye uyizwe ngelesi sikhathi abuza imibuzo ahlatshwa ngemibuzo yipolisa leli kade libuza lo.
Now, given the fact that after the passing of the deceased in count 1, you then processed the payment of the invoice that he had refused to pay, and given the fact that you would also get this lunch, so how do I put this? But you would get lunch from applicant number 2. Was it ethical of you to receive such lunch? I mean, from a service provider, was it ethical to receive lunch?
Nantsi into ke ngoku endifuna ukuyiqonda emveni koba ke eye wasweleka yena wena waqhubekeka wayebhatala la invoice ka-accused number 2 and also kukho nezilantshi benimane nizifumane phaa kuye wena no-accused number 3. Ingabe ibiyinto ekungathiwa iyamkelekile i-ethical into yoba nifumane ilantshi kwi-service provider?
In other words, would you say there was nothing abnormal about that? To get a lunch from a service provider?
Okanye wena ungathi hayi akho nto ingaqhelekanga ekubeni umntu makafumane ilantshi inikwa i-service provider?
Your worship, yinto yinto ebiqhele ukwenzeka not only ku-Mr. Mbulawa. Umzekelo, ndenza imizekelo uba uyandivumela, your worship.
Well, Your Worship, it's not something that started to happen only with Mr. Mbulawa. It's something that used to happen. I can make examples if the court allows me.
Yes, go ahead.
Cool.
Ekhini bato setla Toyota bachilo ngokwabo abaphandi that kuthiwa phandi nebhotile yewisi ndayo ithatha nini na.
And even in Grahamstown at Toyota Settler, even the investigating officers said to me that they were told that I have a bottle of whiskey. When am I going to get it or to go and take it? Nalapha ekhini kwa Toyota Settler bangitshelile laba abaseshi baleli cala ukuthi kunebhodlela le-whiskey elingilindele laphayana. Ngiyanini mina ukuhamba ngiyothatha le whiskey?
Nakwezinye ke your worship phaa e-East London indawo besisisa kuzo imoto.
And also in other places in East London that we would send vehicles to. Nakulezinye ke indawo ezikhoma East London la esiqhela ukusaphela imoto.
And this was normal according to you?
Into enormal kuwe.
Yayiyinto your worship yayingenzeki kodwa ke yayinto eyenzekayo.
Well, Your Worship, it's something that does not happen all the time, but it was something that does happen. Bekuyinto engenzeki njalo. Kodwa ke bekuyinto eke yenzeka.
Lastly, it was put to you that you no longer receive any income from the university after your arrest, and the answer was in the affirmative from you.
Kana njalo kuthiwe kuwe akho mali uyifumanayo ngokuyunivesithi emveni kokuba uye wavalelwa wavuma wathi ewe kunjalo.
Ewe, your worship, university akho mali ndiyifumanayo.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm not getting any money from the university.
And it was put to you that after it was a follow-up question, or it was a follow-up comment by the state that since you are no longer receiving any income from the university, you would then not be in a position to support your family financially.
Kana njalo uthe xa phinde salekile sanonto ayithethileyo umtshutshisi ngoku ke xa ungafumani imali kwidyunivesithi ithi loo nto kakade ubuhlele ungaziba namali yokusapota ifemeli le yakho.
I did not get your response.
Andiyivanga apho ke impendulo yakho.
May you please assist?
Uba uyakhumbula kaloku your worship ndiye ndathi ewe iza kuba negalelo elikhulu because ipay yam yenyanga yiyo ebisenza yonke into.
If you can remember well, Your Worship, I did say that it will have a huge impact because most of the things were covered by my monthly salary. Njengoko ngishilo ukuthi kuzoba nayo ichaphazelo ekunako lokho ngoba into eziningi ebengizenza ngizenza ngomhomelo lo enguthola njalo ngenyanga.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted clarity from those issues. Thank you.
Ndiyabulela ke benifuna nje ukucacelwa kwezo zinto.
Anything from the court questions?
Yes, Worship. Are you surprised, or are you not, that when you got arrested, the university decided to suspend you without pay?
Iyakothusa okanye ayikothusi into yokuba emveni koba ubanjiwe iyunivesithi ivele yagqiba into yoba mayikususpend ingakubhatali.
Let me tell you why I am putting this question.
Sindokuxelela uba kutheni ukubuza ngolo.
Don't you think, or don't you think that that was a ploy, so that when bail is when you do a bail application?
There's an objection.
That is leading, Your Worship. That is leading the witness.
Let me rephrase the question, Your Worship.
It is indeed because it's a leading question.
I do, Your Worship.
Thank you.
The university knew that you would apply for bail.
Iyunivesithi beyazibuza apply ibail.
Ndicinga njalo, Your Worship.
I think so, Your Worship. Ngicabanga ukuthi yebo bebazi ukuthi ngizofuna ibail.
Surely they knew that some of the reasons that you raised for applying for bail is that you are employed
That
to
is
receive
leading
the
again,
money.
Your Worship. That is leading again, Your Worship.
Mr. Sir, I know you are a very seasoned attorney, and you are in a position to rephrase questions and ask them in a manner that is not leading. You will agree.
Certainly, Your Worship.
Now, please, Mr. Sir, don't ask leading questions. Just ask open-handed questions.
let me-
invite him to comment. Don't rather suggest what he can answer.
Let me do that, Your Worship. Thank you, Your
Yes.
Worship. Do you want to comment on the reasons that could have caused the university to suspend you without pay?
Uyafuna ukube into ithetha kanye uphefumule kwezizathu ezibangela into okanye ezinobangela into yokuba iyunivesithi ivele igqiba into yoba mayikususpende ingakubhatali kule game. Ngabe khona ufuna ukusho malunga nezizathu zokuthi iyunivesithi lena ibe yona ekususpenda ingakukhokheli imali yakho?
Remember, throughout, you were suspended with pay.
Ukhumbule kahle ukuthi qala bewususpendiwe kodwa ukuthola umhomelo wakho. Ikhumbule into ethi qala ubukususpension kodwa ke uyifumana imali yakho.
Okokuqala, Your Worship, andichargwa yi-university, ndichargwa si-state.
Well,
Si-state.
Firstly, Your Worship, I'm not charged by the university. I have been charged by the state. Okokuqala akuyona i-university engisola ngamacala. Kuyicala lombuso elenza lokho.
Kodwa ke kuyandothusa, Your Worship, into yoba ngabana mandibeke olu hlobo, Your Worship, ndiyithatha ke ngoku le ndlela benze ngayo into yoba ngabana sebendifumane sendinetyala, that's why besuspenda umrholo wam.
And how I perceive it is that they already convicted me as a guilty person. That is why they suspended even my salary. Mina ngohlobo engikubona ngalo lokhu abekwenzile bona sebengibona njengomuntu onecala vele yingakho bengicishela umholo wami.
Your Worship, I'm not getting the answer I'm looking for. Let me leave that for argument.
Thank you. You will never get it. All right. Is that all?
That's I have just the one before the last, Your Worship. It deals with that ethical conduct.
For the ethical conduct.
Yes.
Specific branch.
Yes.
And what is what we see?
Yes. I observed when you were responding from your worship on this question of getting lunches at some point and there's a promise of a whiskey, that you innocently responded that you say nothing wrong.
Ndiye ndaphawula into yokuba ngexesha uphendula imibuzo apha kumantye malunga nelunch lobuye uyifumane ikhona le nto uba kukhona esi sithembiso sebhotile whisky ekulindileyo, uvele wayiphendula nje ngendlela ekhululekileyo into yoba awuboni into efana okanye engaqekanga apho kufana.
Now here's the question.
Nangoku umbuzo nawo.
Did you or did you not know if that receiving of lunches amounts to corruption and is unethical?
Ingaba ubuyazweni into yokuba ukwamkela ilunch leyana loo nto leyo ifaniswa okanye into eyi-corruption bubuqhophololo ayamkelekanga, ubuyazi loo nto?
Into ebendiyazi mna into yoba andinalungelo mna lokufuna ilunch, but umntu uba uyazi-ofarisha bendiye ndiyithathe.
Well, what I knew, Your Worship, was that I do not have, it's not okay for me to request a lunch from a person. But if a person offers me lunch, then I accept. Mina kade ngikwazi ukuthi akuvumelekile ukuthi kube yimina ofuna ukuthengela ilunch umuntu. Kodwa uma umuntu efuna ukungithengela ilunch, angiboni lutho olungalungile.
So in short, you did not know if it's unethical and it amounts to corruption.
So lilonke wena ubungayazi into yoba into engamkelekanga lena yaye i-corruption.
Kunjalo, Your Worship.
That is correct, Your Worship. Abengazi ukuthi akuvumelekile lo.
Do you know of any other people in the university, whether higher echelons, who are receiving lunches in kind or in other way?
Ingaba bakhona abanye abantu baziyo kwapha university nabakwizihlalo eziphezulu abakhe bafumane lunch kwabanye abantu?
Your Worship, Mr. Magaqa lo waye-fleet manager yami wayedla ngohamba aye eMonti okanye eye kuloo ndawo abuya ndixelele into yoba ngabana ufumene imali so that eza ku-assista mhlawumbi kwibhrayi yabasebenzi bonke. Ayenzekanga kakanye ke loo nto, Your Worship.
Well, Mr. Magaqa, Your Worship, who was a fleet manager, would even tell me that he had gone to East London and he has received a certain amount of money that will assist in conducting a bribe for even other employees, not only benefiting himself. And that did not only happen once. Well, no, Mr. Magaqa, lo kade fleet manager naye wakangitshela ukuthi umehamba noma iya ku East London eyoncedisa khona athole noma anikezwe imali ukuthi akenze ibrayi for namanye ama-staff members yaye futhi leyo nto ayenzeka ngesikhathi esisodwa beyiloke imane ukwenzeka ngey'khathi ezithize.
So it's something that has been happening.
So into ibiqheleni kwenzeka
Iminyaka ngeminyaka.
years and years, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Anything, gentlemen? Any more questions?
None, Your Worship.
May I quickly approach accused number 2?
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is that the applicant's case for applicant number 1?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. You are excused to be open to the floor.
Nkosi Mr. Peter ungabuyela phaa emkhumbeni ukuba
And what is the time now, gentlemen?
15 hours, Your Worship. 15 hours.
15 hours.
3 o'clock, Worship. It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah. I have no problem. You can proceed. I'm supposed to be here until 4:15.
Can I talk?
Your Worship. Two things. Firstly, I was considering to ask for a comfort break, maybe for 10 minutes. Maybe it also give us an opportunity to have a post with my colleagues. The second aspect, Your Worship, which I wanted to perhaps raise, but it's something that I've discussed with my colleagues.
Yeah.
Your Worship may have noted the length of time we took in leading the evidence of Mr. Peter.
I certainly have.
Yes, Your Worship. The evidence of Mr.
Applicant number 3.
the second applicant is likely to take a similar form. And my feeling is that, Your Worship, by the time the court hours end, would not have finished with him. And it will not be fair to the applicant to leave the case halfway. However, Your Worship,
More especially that he is in the afternoon of his years. He is 69 years old.
that's correct, Your Worship. What I had in mind, which I want to utilize this 10 minutes comfort break, my two colleagues have indicated that they are intending to tender evidence by way of affidavits. At least the time that we have will be able to cover their evidence, if it pleases the court. But it is something that I would like us to canvass during the comfort break, Your Worship.
In other words, you are suggesting that we jump number 3's evidence and go to those that are going to give evidence through affidavits as opposed to viva voce evidence.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Well, you have to discuss that amongst your colleagues whilst I wait in chambers.
As the court pleases, Your Worship. Let's make it 15:15, Your Worship, if it pleases the court.
Okay, the court will take a 15-minute adjournment to allow the practitioners to deliberate regarding
leadership of Patco. Come. Yes, come. Please come. Come. No, but remember, that's the people that do it. Yeah.
Yeah.